"Christopher, you're a disgrace to this family. Leave, you're not wanted here." Those cutting words pierced through the air, spat by my own father amidst the celebration of my brother Alex's wedding. The humiliation stung deeper as Alex remained silent, a silent accomplice to my expulsion. Anger boiled within me, ready to storm out when a plea for help interrupted my departure. A staff member, desperate in a moment of crisis, sought my aid. In that unexpected turn, my father saw me for who I truly was, and it jolted him. My name is Christopher, one of two brothers in our family. Growing up, our father, a stern lawyer, favored Alex, leaving me to perpetually chase his shadow. No moment of leisure existed in our lives. Every second was dedicated to lessons and studying. Even the simple joy of playing with friends was a luxury denied. Despite my relentless efforts to meet my father's lofty standards and match Alex's achievements, I perpetually felt inadequate, a constant disappointment to my father. The pivotal moment arrived with the entrance exam for a prestigious school, a futile attempt to win my father's approval. When I inevitably failed, my father's silence towards me solidified, his attention solely on Alex and my mother. Left to navigate the shadows of neglect, I found solace in my mother's unwavering support, but they persisted, exacerbated by Alex's indifference. Determined to forge my own path, I departed silently after high school, leaving only a note for my mother. Striking out on my own, I secured a job at a hotel where I could both work and live. It was there, amidst the bustling corridors and transient guests, that I found the freedom and fulfillment that eluded me at home. I get to focus on what I need to do, Christopher. Another mistake? How many times do I have to tell you? I'm sorry, I'll fix it right away. Get it together, Christopher. Michael, the hotel manager, was relentless in his expectations. As a mere high school graduate thrust into the real world, I constantly found myself on the receiving end of his reprimands. Yet, amidst the criticism, I persisted, striving to prove myself in this unfamiliar terrain. Unlike my father's harshness, Michael's feedback was constructive. His praise, when earned, fueled my determination to excel. A significant moment etched itself into my memory at the dawn of the new year, the busiest time for the hotel. After completing the requisite training, I was entrusted to work independently. That year, the influx of guests seemed greater than ever, stretching our resources to their limits. The chaos of serving dinner guests, either in the bustling dining hall or through room service, reached fever pitch. Despite being a novice, I tackled my duties with fervor, aware that my learning curve came at the expense of the hotel's smooth operation. Then, a minor crisis struck on New Year's Day. A colleague fell ill, leaving us short-staffed. I doubled down on my efforts, pushing myself beyond the mandated hours to keep the hotel afloat. Just when it seemed we had weathered the storm, disaster struck. The kitchen sink's pipe burst amidst the dinner rush, plunging us into chaos. With no plumber available on New Year's Day, the situation grew dire. Michael's frustration mirrored the mounting tension. In a moment of desperation, I stepped forward. "Michael, can I try fixing the plumbing? I'll sort it out." Though met with skepticism, my offer was our only hope. With a hesitant nod, Michael relented, allowing me to take charge. Unbeknownst to many, my time at a science-focused high school had equipped me with a unique set of skills, including rudimentary plumbing knowledge. Drawing on this background, I set to work. Half an hour later, the once flooded kitchen was restored to order, the crisis averted through a combination of determination and unexpected expertise. I had somehow managed to fix the pipe, I announced breathlessly to Michael. He rushed over, turning the faucet with eager anticipation. Water gushed forth, a testament to my makeshift repair. The room erupted in smiles and praise. "Great job, Christopher. You're my pride and joy," Michael declared, his words washing over me with warmth. Growing up under Michael's guidance had been a revelation. Together, we navigated the challenges of New Year's Day at the hotel, emerging victorious. The sense of fulfillment I experienced that day left an indelible mark, shaping the person I am today. 15 years flew by, and I found myself fully immersed in my role at the hotel. Then, one day, a letter arrived from Mom, breaking the silence that had settled between us. It bore news of Alex's impending marriage. Though I had drifted apart from Dad and Alex, Mom's plea for my presence at the wedding tugged at my heartstrings. Reluctantly, I agreed to attend. The venue, a luxurious hotel, mirrored Alex and Dad's penchant for extravagance. As I arrived, clad in a trusty suit, I couldn't shake the feeling of being out of place amidst the elite gathering. Perhaps Alex's bride, a woman of impeccable grace, was a product of Dad's networking or a strategic alliance. In the waiting room, surrounded by faces of high society, I found myself an outsider, observing from the periphery. With no one to engage, I became a silent observer, watching the intricate dance of privilege and power unfold before me. As I locked eyes with two familiar faces, a sense of unease settled within me. His expression was unmistakably displeased. Dad and Alex approached, their presence looming over me. "Why are you here?" Dad's voice, deep and commanding, echoed through the air, stirring memories long buried. "Is it so wrong to celebrate Alex's wedding?" "Oh, by the way, congrats, Alex," I replied, trying to diffuse the tension. Alex's response was muted, his conflicted expression betraying the strain of our family dynamics. "What have you been up to all these years?" "No doubt some worthless job," and his words cut through the air like a knife, his disdain palpable. "Christopher, you shouldn't be here," he continued, his tone dripping with contempt. Mom rushed over, attempting to intercede. "Come on, Christopher is here to celebrate. No need to be so harsh," she pleaded, her desperation evident. But her efforts were futile, drowned out by Dad's unwavering judgment. "Enough, Mom," Dad asserted, his voice a thunderous decree. "Christopher, let me make this clear. You're a disgrace. I don't want you ruining Alex's celebration. Get out." Anger surged within me, fueled by years of neglect and rejection. I hadn't wanted to come to Alex's wedding, and yet I found myself subjected to this humiliation. "Fine, I'm leaving," I declared, my resolve firm. As I turned to exit the waiting room, a voice called out, halting my retreat. A wedding staff member approached, urgency etched on their face. "What's up?" I inquired, curiosity mingling with frustration. "It seems we have an unexpected guest for today's wedding. We're short on seats and food," they explained hurriedly, their concern evident. Everyone in the waiting room looks worried. Emily, the planner, and the parents-in-law staff, their faces etched with concern, awaited a solution. Caught between indignation and duty, I hesitated, uncertain of my next move. "I see. Is that what's going on? Emily can't handle it alone, and they're asking for my help. But what does this have to do with me?" I pondered, a torrent of grievances against Dad and Alex swirling within me. Yet amidst the resentment, memories from the past surfaced, softening my resolve. Recollections of Alex's kindness flooded my mind, the times he made space for play during our study breaks. If I walked away now, I'd be no better than Dad. With a determined sigh, I turned back to the wedding staff. "Can you take me to Emily?" I requested, a flicker of resolve in my voice. The staff member's face softened, and I followed them back into the waiting room, reclaiming the ground from which I had been expelled moments before. In the center of the room, Emily, Dad, and the bride's father wore expressions of concern. As I approached, Dad's eyes locked with mine, his demeanor bristling with hostility. "Why has Christopher returned?" he demanded, his tone sharp. Before he could escalate the confrontation, Emily intervened. "General Manager, please help us," she implored, her urgency palpable. Dad's shock was evident as I calmly revealed my position as the general manager of the hotel chain. Since joining the company during its nascent stages, we had expanded to hotels and wedding venues nationwide. The very hotel we stood in was under my oversight. "I think I can handle this," I assured them, dismissing Dad's protests with a wave of my hand. "Dad, I'm busy right now. We'll talk later." With a sense of purpose, I turned to Emily. "Relax, Emily. Get the seats and everything else ready. I'll take care of the food," I directed, watching as the tension ebbed from her features. "Understood. I'll leave the food to the general manager and handle the rest," she affirmed before rushing off to execute the plan. With all eyes on me, I exited the room and sought out my friend, Chef Jackson. "Hey, you in?" I called out as he emerged from the kitchen. "Christopher, what brings you here?" he inquired, his curiosity piqued. "I'm here as a guest today. My brother's wedding is happening here, but we're one meal short. Can you help?" I asked Chef Jackson, hoping for a quick fix. "Sure thing. I'll whip something up with my culinary skills," he replied confidently. "Much appreciated. I owe you dinner. Looking forward to it," I replied gratefully. After handling a few loose ends, I returned to the waiting room. The guests had already moved to the ceremony area, leaving only my parents and the bride's parents behind. As I announced the issue was resolved, relief washed over the room. "We've got an extra meal coming," I explained, seeing the tension ease from my mom's and the bride's parents' faces. My dad, however, remained conflicted, his pride evident. "Christopher, thank you so much. Because of you, the celebration can go on successfully," my dad acknowledged, his gratitude genuine. "It's all in a day's work as a general manager," I replied with a smile, leading the way into the ceremony hall. As the lights dimmed and the groom and bride made their entrance, I couldn't help but marvel at their radiant presence. The ceremony proceeded smoothly, and as mealtime arrived, I ensured everyone was served before finally exhaling a sigh of relief. With the ceremony concluded, I engaged in a heartfelt conversation with both families, sharing their gratitude towards me, especially from the bride's family, who thanked me profusely. "These moments are why I love my job," I admitted sincerely as their expressions of gratitude warmed my heart. "Christopher, thank you so much. We had the best day ever, all thanks to you," they expressed with genuine appreciation. "No worries. Wishing you all the happiness in the world. Thank you so much," I replied warmly before turning to face my dad and Alex. "Christopher, you did wonderfully. Thank you," my mom praised, her words filled with pride. Dad and Alex wanted to speak with me. As Alex apologized first, expressing gratitude for my assistance, I couldn't help but smile. "As long as I could help, Alex, it's all good," I reassured him before turning to Dad, who remained silent. With a sense of closure, I accepted their gratitude, knowing that despite our differences, we could find common ground. Just then, my cell phone buzzed, signaling more work awaiting me at the hotel in the next town over. Looks like more work, but hey, I enjoy it, so no complaints. "All right, I'm off. Got work to do. You two take care," I bid farewell, ready to embrace the challenges that lay ahead. It was a realization settling in. I probably wouldn't see Alex or Dad again. With that thought lingering, I left the room without a backward glance, my steps leading me back to work. 3 days post Alex's wedding, I relished a rare day off, reclining on the sofa with a steaming cup of coffee, my moment of bliss abruptly interrupted by the doorbell's chime. Curious as to the visitor's identity, I made my way to the door, only to be met with Alex's unexpected presence. "Alex, what brings you here?" I inquired, surprised by his appearance. "Sorry, I got your address from Mom. Wanted to talk to you, Christopher," Alex explained, his tone tentative. I welcomed him in, brushing off any concerns about the tidiness of my home. As I poured him a cup of coffee, Alex expressed gratitude, taking a slow sip. "Thank you. Smells good," he remarked, attempting a smile. As we settled into conversation, Alex's demeanor shifted, his gaze unwavering as he broached the topic at hand. The next moment he apologized, I recalled, puzzled by his sudden change in tone. "I'm really sorry for everything," he admitted, catching me off guard. Initially taken aback by his unexpected apology, I struggled to comprehend his motive for making the trip in person. "Hey, it's all right, Alex," I reassured him, attempting to alleviate any tension. But Alex wasn't done yet. With a sense of vulnerability, he began to share his innermost thoughts and feelings. "You might think I'm the older brother who can do anything, but I envy you, Christopher," he confessed, his words striking a chord. Silence enveloped the room as Alex's confession hung in the air, leaving me at a loss for words. His admission took me by surprise, shattering preconceived notions and revealing a side of him I had never seen. "I had no idea you felt that way, Alex," I admitted, a twinge of guilt gnawing at me as I processed his revelation. "That's just it. It's not your fault, Christopher," Alex reassured me, his weak smile betraying a depth of emotion. In that moment, a sense of understanding washed over me, bridging the gap between us. "Alex, I'm sorry. I never considered that you were struggling too," I confessed, my own remorse surfacing. My brother's smile, though faint, spoke volumes. "That's just it. It's not your fault, Christopher," he reassured me, his words echoing in the quiet room. With a newfound sense of empathy and connection, we found the words to express what had long been left unsaid, strengthening the bond between us. "I think you've been through struggles I can't even imagine. I truly admire that. But I also want you to know about me," I confessed to Alex, feeling the weight of my words as they hung in the air. Taking a deep breath, I paused, gathering my thoughts before continuing. Alex listened intently, his silence encouraging me to share more. Breaking away from our parents and becoming independent wasn't easy either. The beginning was really tough, I admitted, recognizing the parallel struggles we both faced. It's true, we both have our share of hardships, Alex acknowledged, his response genuine. It was clear that he had more to say, but I found myself at a loss for words, unsure of how to offer guidance or reassurance. Unable to conjure up wise counsel, I spoke from the heart. To be honest, I think you should do what you really want to do, Alex, without worrying about Dad, I suggested, hoping to offer him some semblance of clarity amidst his inner turmoil. As Alex absorbed my words, a sense of relief washed over him. You're right, Christopher. You've helped clear up my inner turmoil. Thank you, he expressed, gratitude evident in his tone. No, thank you, Alex, for coming over, I replied sincerely, accompanying him to the door as he departed with a promise to return for coffee. A month later, a letter arrived from Alex, detailing his decision to leave behind his career as a lawyer in pursuit of his passion for glass craftsmanship. Despite facing disapproval from Dad, Alex found solace in the support of his wife and newfound motivation in his chosen path. As I reflected on Alex's journey and our evolving family dynamics, I couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in the bond between siblings. Lost in thought, the sound of my mobile phone's alarm jolted me back to reality, signaling the start of another day on the path I had chosen, in the job I had embraced.
The champagne bubbles tickle my nose as I study my reflection, wondering if brides are supposed to feel this happy, or if I'm just being ridiculous. My hands shake slightly as I adjust the delicate lace veil, careful not to disturb the intricate updo that took Maria 2 hours to perfect. Stop fidgeting, Lorelai, Marley says, batting my hands away. You look perfect. Lee won't know what hit him. I catch her eye in the mirror and we both burst into giddy laughter. The bridal suite buzzes with activity. My mom fussing with flower arrangements, bridesmaids touching up lipstick, the photographer snapping candids. Everything feels surreal, like I'm floating through the best dream of my life. My phone buzzes on the vanity. Probably another well-wisher, but I check anyway. A Facebook notification. My stomach drops when I see it's a live video from Sloane. That's weird. She should be here helping me get ready. She's my maid of honor, after all. I tap play without thinking. The video is shaky at first, then stabilizes on, no. No. My brain refuses to process what I'm seeing. Lee's face, flushed and intense. Sloane's voice, breathy and intimate. Tell me you love me. Tell me I'm the only one. You know you are, baby. His voice is thick with desire. It's always been you. The phone slips from my numb fingers, clattering on the marble floor. Someone asks if I'm okay. I can't breathe. The room spins as fragments of reality crash through my denial. Sloane's constant texts with Lee about wedding details. The way they'd both get quiet when I entered a room. All those late nights at the office they'd claim to be working. Lorelai? Marley's concerned face swims into view. What's wrong? I force myself to pick up the phone, to turn it so they can see. The video continues, brutal in its clarity. Lee and Sloane tangled together on rumpled sheets. Sheets I recognize from our bed. Her dark hair spilling across our pillows. His hands tracing paths on her skin that should have been meant for me. Oh my God. Marley's hand flies to her mouth. How long? It's live, I whisper. The timestamp confirms it, streaming right now, less than an hour before I'm supposed to walk down the aisle. My best friend and my fiancé, broadcasting their betrayal to the world on my wedding day. The room erupts in chaos. My mom is crying. Someone's calling the wedding planner. I hear fragments of panicked conversation. Guests are already arriving. Can't reach Lee's phone. Need to make an announcement, but I'm frozen, watching the feed with horrible fascination as Sloane turns to face the camera directly. Her perfect red lips curve into a smile I've never seen before. Triumphant. Cruel. Sorry, Lo. Guess you'll need to find a new maid of honor. And a new fiancé. The video ends. In the sudden silence, my reflection catches my eye again. I barely recognize myself. This shell-shocked woman in white lace, mascara starting to streak down her cheeks. Everything I thought I knew about love, friendship, trust. It's all unraveling like loose threads from my carefully constructed life. My phone buzzes again. A text from Lee. I can explain. A laugh bubbles up in my throat, high and slightly hysterical. 3 words. That's all he has to say? After 6 years together, after everything we built, after I gave him my whole heart, he thinks he can explain? What do you want to do? Marley asks softly, squeezing my shoulder. I meet my own eyes in the mirror again. Something shifts in my chest, the initial shock crystallizing into something harder, colder. They thought they could humiliate me like this? That I'd just cry and fall apart while they rode off into their happily ever after? I grab a tissue, carefully blot my tears, and reapply my lipstick with steady hands. First, I want you to help me out of this dress. My voice sounds strange to my own ears, calm, almost detached. Then I want you to tell me everything you know about them. Every detail, every suspicion you might have had but didn't want to tell me. And then, I smile at my reflection, but it's not the joyful smile of a bride anymore. It's something sharper, dangerous. Then we're going to make them wish they'd never met me. The diamond on my finger catches the light as I reach for my phone. 300 guests are waiting downstairs, expecting a fairy tale wedding. Instead, they're about to witness the beginning of something very different. I start typing. I'm sorry to inform you that today's wedding has been canceled. The worst part isn't the pitying looks or the whispered conversations that stop when I enter a room. It's the endless stream of notifications, each one a fresh reminder of how spectacularly my life imploded. I've been staring at my phone for hours, watching the view count on Sloane's video climb higher and higher. You need to eat something, Marley says, sliding a plate of toast across my kitchen counter. I've been camping out at her place since yesterday, since the non-wedding. The thought of returning to the apartment Lee and I shared makes me physically ill. I need to understand why. My voice is hoarse from crying. 6 years, Marley. 6 years, and he throws it away for her? She hesitates, stirring her coffee. There's something you should know. I didn't want to tell you when you were already so upset, but... My phone buzzes. Another text from Lee. Please let me explain. It's not what you think. Block him, Marley snaps. Block them both. Wait. Something in the video preview catches my eye. I scroll back through Sloane's feed, my hands shaking. Look at this. The timestamp on their first photo together, 6 months ago at that charity gala. The one you couldn't attend because of your mom's surgery? Exactly. I zoom in on the background. But look where they are. That's the Meridian Hotel's penthouse suite, the one that costs $5,000 a night. Marley frowns. How could Lee afford that on his salary? He couldn't. The pieces start clicking together. Unless... I pull up the browser on my laptop, fingers flying across the keys. Lee's investment firm's website loads, showing his smiling face under Senior Portfolio Manager. I scan through client testimonials until I find what I'm looking for. Here. I turn the screen toward Marley. 3 months ago, the SEC launched an investigation into suspicious trading patterns. No charges filed, but several client accounts showed unusual activity. You think Lee was... I think he was stealing. The words taste bitter. And I think Sloane knew. She's been handling PR for his firm since last spring. My phone rings, an unknown number. Against my better judgment, I answer. Ms. Harrison? A man's voice, professional but tense. This is Percy Johnston with the Financial Crimes Unit. We need to speak with you regarding Lee Mitchell's activities at Beacon Investment Partners. My stomach lurches. I don't know anything about... Several large transfers were made from joint accounts you shared with Mr. Mitchell. Given the timing and nature of these transactions, we need to establish your level of involvement. The room spins. Joint accounts? We only had one, for wedding expenses. Unless... I'll have to call you back. I manage, ending the call. Marley watches me pull up our online banking. My hands are trembling so badly I mistyped the password twice. When the accounts finally load, I feel like I'm going to be sick. He emptied everything. I whisper. The wedding fund, our savings, even my personal account. How did he get access to... The power of attorney, Marley says quietly. The one you signed last month for the house purchase. The house, our dream home, the one we'd spent weekends touring, planning where to put the nursery. All a lie, just like everything else. My phone buzzes again. A text from Summer, Sloane's former roommate. Check your email, there's something you need to see. The email loads slowly, revealing dozens of forwarded messages between Lee and Sloane. My eyes catch on phrases that make my blood run cold. Transfer the funds before anyone notices. Keep Lorelai distracted. Once we're in the Caymans. They were planning this, I say, my voice strange and flat. The wedding, the video, all of it. It was just a distraction while they cleaned out the accounts. Marley reaches for my hand. We need to call the police. No. Something shifts inside me, like a switch being flipped. Not yet. Lorelai. They thought they were so clever. I scroll through the emails, my mind racing. But they made one mistake. They assumed I was just the clueless fiancé, too love-struck to see what was happening. I open my laptop again, this time logging into my work email. As the firm's compliance officer, I have access to every transaction Lee ever made, every client he contacted, every document he thought he'd deleted. What are you going to do? Marley asks. I think about the look on Sloane's face in that video. So smug, so certain of her victory. About Lee's pathetic, let me explain texts while he drained our accounts. I'm going to show them exactly how clueless I'm not. I start copying files to a secure drive. And when I'm done, they're going to wish they'd never underestimated me. My phone buzzes one more time. Another text from Summer. There's more. Meet me tonight. Come alone. The coffee shop is nearly empty at this hour, just a few students hunched over laptops. I spot Summer in the back corner, her fingers drumming nervously on a manila envelope. She looks different from the last time I saw her. Thinner, shadows under her eyes that makeup can't quite hide. I wasn't sure you'd come, she says as I slide into the booth. Almost didn't. I keep my voice neutral. Considering the last time we talked, you were defending Sloane. She winces. I was wrong. About a lot of things. She pushes the envelope across the table, including what really happened the night she moved out of our apartment. Inside are bank statements, text messages, photos, a paper trail of betrayal going back further than I'd imagined. My hands start shaking when I see the dates. A year? My voice cracks. They've been... While he was proposing to me? Lorelai, it's worse than that. Summer leans forward, lowering her voice. Sloane wasn't just sleeping with Lee. She was helping him move money through shell companies. I found records. The bell above the door chimes. Summer goes rigid, her face draining of color. I turn to see Marley walking in, her expression thunderous. What is she doing here? Summer hisses. I told you to come alone. I followed her. Marley says, sliding into the booth next to me. Because the last person who asked to meet Lorelai alone turned out to be working with Lee. My heart stops. What? Tell her, Marley demands, glaring at Summer. Tell her about the text you sent Lee yesterday. Summer's face crumples. I had to. They have things on me, dirt from when I worked at the firm. If I didn't warn them you were gathering evidence, I feel like I'm drowning. So this meeting, these documents, it's all a setup? Not exactly. Summer pulls out her phone, hands trembling. Yes, they asked me to distract you, but they don't know about these. She pulls up a video, security footage from what looks like an office hallway. I kept copies of everything, including the night Lee and Sloane first discussed how to frame you for the missing client funds. My breath catches. On the screen, Lee paces while Sloane perches on a desk, both illuminated by late-night fluorescence. It's perfect, Sloane says in the video. The power of attorney gives us access to everything. Once the SEC starts investigating, all signs will point to Lorelai making the transfers. And the wedding? Lee asks. The ultimate alibi. Who would suspect a man of stealing from his own bride? Sloane's laugh makes my skin crawl. By the time anyone figures it out, we'll be gone and she'll be facing federal charges. The video ends. I feel Marley's hand gripping mine under the table. Why are you showing me this? I ask Summer. Why switch sides now? Because I found out what they did to my sister. Summer's voice hardens. 3 years ago, she invested her entire inheritance with Lee. When she started asking questions about missing funds, Sloane orchestrated a smear campaign that destroyed her career. She lost everything. My mind races. The documents you brought, they prove this? She nods. Bank records, emails, everything. But we have to move fast. They're planning to leave the country tomorrow night. How do you know that? Because they asked me to book their flights. Summer's smile is bitter. First class to Grand Cayman, departing at 11 p.m. They think I'm still their loyal puppet. Marley leans forward. We should take this to the police. No. The word comes out sharp, surprising even me. Not yet. They want to frame me? Fine, let them think it's working. Lorelei. I need your help, I tell Summer. Both of you. But first, I need to know I can trust you. I meet Summer's eyes. Really trust you. She pulls out another phone. An old flip model. Burner phone. I've been recording every conversation with them for weeks, including one where they discussed which evidence to plant in your home office. My home office, where I keep all my compliance files, where Lee has a key. They're probably there right now, I say, standing abruptly. We need to go, but first, I take out my own phone, pulling up the SEC's tip line. A little insurance policy. I type quickly, potential fraud at Beacon Investments, evidence of embezzlement and client theft, whistleblower willing to cooperate. What are you doing? Marley asks, making sure they can't bury this even if they destroy the evidence. I hit send, then look at Summer. You said they're planning to frame me? Let's see how their plan holds up when I'm the one who reported them first. My phone buzzes. A text from an unknown number. Smart move, Lorelei. But you're not the only one who can play this game. Check your email. X. The email loads while we're in Marley's car, racing toward my apartment. My hands go numb as I read it. You don't know the whole story. The message begins. Lee and Sloane aren't working alone. Meet me at the Riverside Park gazebo in 30 minutes if you want to know who's really pulling the strings. Xander. It's a trap, Marley says, taking a sharp turn. Has to be. Wait. I grab her arm. Xander, he was Lee's old partner at Beacon before he quit last year. Lee said he had a breakdown, but what if he didn't? Summer leans forward from the back seat. What if he discovered something? I check the time. 25 minutes until the meeting. 10 minutes to my apartment. The choice tears at me. Check the office or meet Xander. Split up, I decide. Marley, take Summer to my place. Check the office, but don't touch anything. Just document whatever they've planted. I'll meet Xander. Alone? After what happened with Summer? He's taking a huge risk contacting me. I pull up his resignation letter on my phone. Look at the date. He quit right after the first suspicious transfers started. He must know something. Marley pulls over, her face tight with worry. Fine. But you text me every 5 minutes, and at the first sign of trouble, I run. I squeeze her hand. I promise. The park is deserted when I arrive, streetlights casting long shadows across wet grass. The gazebo looks ghostly in the darkness, and for a moment I think I've been stood up. Then a figure emerges from the shadows. Careful, Xander says softly. We're being watched. He looks nothing like the polished executive I remember. His clothes are rumpled, his eyes haunted. But there's something else. A fierce intensity that makes me believe him. Who's watching? Percy Johnston, SEC investigator. Xander's laugh is bitter. At least that's what he claims to be. My stomach drops. What do you mean? The real Percy Johnston died 6 months ago. Whoever called you is working with them. He hands me a file. These are the real SEC reports. Notice anything missing? I scan the documents, my heart pounding. There's no official investigation. The whole thing is fake, just like the evidence they're planting in your office right now. He checks his phone. Which is why we need to move fast. Why are you helping me? His expression darkens. Because they destroyed my life too. When I found out what they were doing with client funds, Lee and Sloan didn't just force me out. They manufactured a mental health crisis, had me committed. By the time I got out, my reputation was ruined. But you kept proof. Better. He pulls out a USB drive. I kept their playbook. Every scam, every frame job, every shell company, including the one they're using to set you up. My phone buzzes. Marley. Office clear, but weird. Everything's too normal. Like someone went through and cleaned. They're covering their tracks, Xander says, reading over my shoulder. Next they'll... A twig snaps behind us. We both freeze. Ms. Harrison? A familiar voice calls out. This is Percy Johnston. We need to talk. Xander grabs my arm. Back door. Now. We slip out the gazebo's rear entrance as footsteps approach. My heart pounds as we crouch behind a hedge. Think carefully about who you trust. The fake Percy calls out. Your friend Xander isn't telling you everything. I turn to Xander, who's typing frantically on his phone. What's he talking about? No time? He sends the message, then hands me the USB drive. Everything you need is here, but don't use it yet. Wait for my signal. What signal? Xander. Tomorrow night, when they try to leave. He grips my shoulders. Promise me you won't move before then. No matter what you hear, what evidence shows up, it has to be tomorrow night. Flashlight beams sweep the garden. Xander pushes me toward the park exit. Go, I'll distract them. I run, his words echoing in my head. My phone buzzes again. Summer this time. Found something in your office trash. Shredded documents, some pieces mention offshore accounts in your name. Another text follows immediately. Lorelei, what do you know about Cayman First Securities? My blood runs cold. That's the company name on the USB drive Xander just gave me. I stare at the drive in my shaking hand, doubt creeping in. Who's really playing who? And what happens tomorrow night that's so important? A final text comes through. This one from an unknown number. Tick-tock, Lorelei. Better decide who you trust before time runs out. For all of us. I spend the night piecing together shredded documents on Marley's living room floor, my fingers stained with ink and my mind racing. The fragments tell a story I'm not sure I want to understand. This can't be right. I mutter, arranging another strip of paper. These transfers, they're from 3 years ago. Marley looks up from her laptop. Before you even met Lee? Before he joined Beacon Investments. I hold up 2 matching pieces, but the account number matches the one Xander showed me. Summer paces behind us, phone pressed to her ear. Still no answer from Xander. His phone's going straight to voicemail. My hands shake as I line up another fragment. The letterhead slowly comes into focus. Cayman First Securities. Client name, Lorelei Harrison. Someone opened accounts in my name. My voice sounds distant, strange. Years before Lee and I met, like they chose me. That's impossible. Marley starts, but her phone interrupts with a text. Her face goes pale. Lorelei, you need to see this. It's a video message from Sloan. She's sitting in what looks like a hotel room, wearing the same smug smile from the wedding day video. But there's something different in her eyes now. Fear? By now you've probably figured out some of it, she says. But you're asking the wrong questions. Don't ask who opened those accounts. Ask who told Lee to pursue you in the first place. Ask who suggested hiring you as compliance officer. Ask yourself why. The video cuts off abruptly. Seconds later, my phone rings, an unknown number. Don't answer it, Summer warns. But I'm already hitting accept. Hello? Ms. Harrison. The fake Percy's voice is smooth, professional. I believe it's time we met in person. Bring the USB drive Xander gave you. I don't... The real question, he continues, is whether you want to be a victim or an accomplice. Your choice, but choose quickly. The line goes dead. My phone immediately pings with an address. It's a setup, Marley insists. You can't go. Look at this. Summer holds up another reconstructed document. These signature cards. Lorelei, this is your handwriting. Perfect matches from 3 years ago. That's not possible. But even as I say it, memories surface. Job interviews I don't quite remember clearly. Chance meetings that seem scripted in retrospect. Unless my phone buzzes again. A photo from Lee. Me, 3 years ago at a coffee shop. In the background, barely visible, is Xander. The caption reads, "Still trust him?" I need to know. I stand up, grabbing my coat. All of it, even if what? Marley blocks my path. Even if it gets you killed? They're not just thieves, Lorelei. These people are dangerous. They made me fall in love with a lie. My voice breaks. They stole years of my life. I need to know why. Then we go together, Summer says. I'll drive. The address leads us to an abandoned office building. As we pull up, my phone lights up with a call from Xander. Don't go in, he says without preamble. It's not what you think. The whole thing, Lee, Sloan, the accounts, it's bigger than... A gunshot cracks through the phone line. Then silence. Xander? My hands are shaking so badly I nearly drop the phone. Xander? A new voice comes on the line. Sloan's. Time's up, Lo. Front door's open. Come alone or Xander won't be the only casualty. I'm out of the car before Marley can grab me. Call the real police, I tell them. The actual SEC. Anyone, just give me 15 minutes. Lorelei, wait. But I'm already running toward the building, the USB drive heavy in my pocket. The front door creaks open at my touch. Emergency lights cast a sickly glow through empty halls. Hello? My voice echoes. I'm here. I brought what you wanted. 3rd floor. Sloane's voice floats down the stairwell. Better hurry. I take the stairs 2 at a time, adrenaline drowning out fear. At the 3rd floor landing, I pause. Light spills from under an office door. My phone buzzes one last time. A text from Lee. I'm sorry, I never meant for it to go this far. Whatever happens next, remember I did love you. In my way. The office door swings open before I can respond. Sloane stands in the doorway, but she's not alone. Behind her, a familiar figure steps into the light. Hello, Lorelei, says the real Percy Johnston. We've been waiting a very long time for this moment. And suddenly I understand. This was never about the money. It was about something much, much worse. The real Percy Johnston looks exactly like his ID photo, the one Xander showed me of the supposedly dead investigator. My mind spins, trying to make sense of it all. Confused? Sloane's smirk doesn't quite hide her nervousness. You should see your face right now. The USB drive, Percy says, holding out his hand. Please. I clutch it tighter. Where's Xander? Safe, for now. He steps closer, though that could change depending on your cooperation. The office is bare except for a laptop on a desk. On its screen, security camera feeds show the building's entrance. I spot Marley and Summer in their car, phones to their ears. Your friends won't reach anyone, Percy says. All calls from this area are being redirected. Why me? The question bursts out. All this elaborate setup, years of planning, why? Because you were perfect. Sloane's voice turns bitter. The ideal mark. Smart enough to get the compliance position, naive enough to trust Lee, and just ambitious enough to ignore red flags. We needed someone above suspicion, Percy adds. Someone whose signature on those accounts would withstand scrutiny. The perfect scapegoat when the investigation finally launched. My throat tightens. Investigation into what? Oh, honey? Sloane laughs. You really think this was about stealing from investment accounts? Look at the USB drive you're holding. Really look at it. I pull it out. In the harsh fluorescent light, I notice something I missed before. Tiny letters etched on the side. Project Oracle. Percy's expression hardens. That drive contains evidence of a money laundering operation spanning 5 continents. Billions in criminal funds, cleaned through seemingly legitimate investment firms. Your signature is on every key document. I never signed. Yes, you did. Every time you approved a compliance report. Every time you signed off on a transfer. All carefully designed to implicate you while keeping the real operation hidden. My hands shake. And Lee played his part perfectly. Sloane's smile falters slightly. Though he did make one mistake. He fell in love with you, Percy says. Started having doubts. That's why we needed to accelerate the timeline. The wedding, the video, the public humiliation, all orchestrated to discredit me before I could discover the truth. A noise from the hallway makes us all turn. Footsteps. Right on time, Percy says. The door opens. Lee walks in, looking haunted. When he sees me, his face crumples. I'm sorry, he whispers. They have my sister. Enough talking. Percy pulls out a gun. The drive, Lorelei. Now. Time seems to slow. I look at Lee, seeing him clearly for the first time. Not the man I loved, but a trapped animal willing to sacrifice anyone to save himself. At Sloane, whose fear now outweighs her arrogance. At Percy, whose professional mask can't quite hide his desperation. They're all terrified. But of what? My phone vibrates in my pocket. A pattern I recognize. Marley's signal. You know what I don't understand? I say, stepping toward the laptop. If you're so smart, how did you miss the obvious? Percy's gun follows me. Don't move. You chose me because I was naive, trusting, easy to manipulate. Another step. But you forgot something crucial. Last warning, Percy growls. I smile, feeling strangely calm. You forgot to check who my best friend works for. The window explodes inward as a SWAT team rappels into the room. Percy spins, but it's too late. The gun flies from his hand as officers tackle him. FBI, everyone down! Sloane screams. Lee drops to his knees. And through the chaos, Marley walks in, holding up her badge. Federal agent, she says. 5 years undercover tracking Project Oracle. Thanks for finally leading us to the top. My legs give out. Marley catches me before I hit the floor. The whole time? I whisper. You knew? Not everything. She squeezes my hand. But enough to know you needed protection. Why do you think I pushed so hard to be your maid of honor instead of Sloane? As handcuffs click around Percy's wrists, my phone buzzes one final time. A message from Xander. Safe. Signal received. Check the hidden partition on the drive. You're not going to believe what else they were hiding. I look at the USB drive still clutched in my hand, then at Lee being led away in cuffs, at Sloane's mascara-streaked face as she's read her rights, at Percy, whose mask has finally cracked to reveal pure fury. Ready to end this? Marley asks. I think of all the lies, all the manipulation, all the carefully orchestrated betrayals. Of the life I thought I was building, now revealed as an elaborate trap. No, I say, gripping the drive tighter. First, I want to know exactly what's on this thing. Then we end it, on my terms. The hidden partition on the drive contains thousands of files, but one folder catches my eye immediately. Contingency. Inside is a video file dated tomorrow, the day Lee and Sloane plan to flee. Play it, Marley says. We're in a secure FBI office, surrounded by evidence boards and coffee cups. Dawn light filters through bulletproof windows. The video starts. It's Percy, sitting at a desk much like this one. If you're watching this, he says, something's gone wrong. But don't think you've won. Project Oracle isn't just about money laundering. The real operation begins at midnight tonight, with or without us. My hands clench. What operation? More files reveal the truth. Project Oracle isn't just cleaning criminal money. It's using that money to buy judges, politicians, regulators, creating an invisible network of corruption. The transfers are scheduled to start automatically, Xander says, pointing to a timeline. He joined us an hour ago, sporting a bandaged arm and fierce determination. Once they do, the whole system becomes self-sustaining, untouchable. Unless we stop it. Marley pulls up bank records, but we need authentication from someone with executive access. Lee, I whisper. He's not talking. Marley looks grim. None of them are. They're more scared of their bosses than prison. I stare at Lee's booking photo on the evidence board. The man I thought I knew. The life I thought we'd have. Let me talk to him. Lorelei, I know him. My voice stays steady. I know his tells, his weaknesses, and he knows what I'm capable of now. 20 minutes later, I'm sitting across from Lee in an interview room. He looks smaller somehow, defeated. They'll kill my sister, he says before I can speak. No, they won't. I slide over my phone, showing him a photo. Because she's already safe. FBI extracted her an hour ago. His face crumples. How did you... Because unlike you, I actually care about protecting the people I love. The words taste like ashes. Now tell me how to stop the transfers. You don't understand what they'll do. I understand exactly what they'll do. I lean forward. Because I found the other contingency files, Lee. The ones showing what happens to loose ends when operations like this go wrong. He flinches. Help us, I say softly. Or watch everything burn. Your choice. His hands shake as he reaches for a pen. The next hours blur into a frenzy of activity. Codes entered, accounts frozen, dominoes carefully arranged. By nightfall, we're gathered in a command center, watching screens full of transaction data. 1 minute to midnight, Marley announces. I think of Percy's smug face, of Sloane's cruel smile, of all the careful lies designed to break me. But mostly I think of that morning in the bridal suite, watching my world shatter on a phone screen. 30 seconds. Xander grips my shoulder. Summer holds my hand. Marley counts down. Now. I press enter. For a moment, nothing happens. Then accounts start freezing, one after another. Transactions fail. Safety protocols trigger. The invisible empire begins to crumble. It's working. Xander breathes. My phone buzzes. A message from an unknown number. You have no idea what you've done. Another follows. This isn't over. Actually, I type back. It is. I think of all the moments that led here. The proposal I once thought was perfect. The friendship I believed was unshakable. The future I planned so carefully. Multiple arrests in progress. Someone calls out. London, Singapore, Dubai. Lorelei. Marley's voice is gentle. We got them. The screens fill with confirmation after confirmation. Project Oracle, the scheme that stole years of my life, dissolves into frozen accounts and arrest warrants. My phone buzzes one last time. A video call from Sloane. I answer. She's in her cell, all pretense gone. How does it feel? She asks. Destroying everything we built? You didn't build anything. My voice is calm, certain. You just stole and lied and hurt people, and now everyone knows exactly who you are. We're not so different, she tries. You could have... I end the call. Around me, agents celebrate as reports flood in. Summer hugs me, crying. Xander starts explaining the scope of what we've uncovered. Marley squeezes my hand. But I'm looking at my reflection in the darkened window. At the woman who emerged from the ashes of that wedding day. The one who turned betrayal into justice, heartbreak into strength. You okay? Marley asks softly. I smile. Not the broken smile from the bridal suite, but something fiercer, more real. I am now. The morning sun streams through my office window as I pack the last of my personal items. Not running away this time, moving forward. The cardboard box holds carefully chosen pieces of my past. Photos of real friendships, Mementos of genuine victories. My phone buzzes. A news alert. Project Oracle mastermind found dead in prison cell. Percy's face stares up from the screen. Suicide, they're saying. But the message that follows suggests otherwise. Still think it's over? The unknown number again. I don't respond. Instead, I open my laptop and type in the encryption key Xander helped me create. One last piece of insurance. Everything I discovered about Project Oracle's true reach, set to automatically release if anything happens to me. A knock at my door. Ready? Marley asks. Almost. I glance at my now empty compliance officer desk. Hard to believe this was all a setup from the beginning. Not everything. She perches on the edge of my desk. They chose you because you were good at your job. Too good, as it turned out. I pick up a framed photo. Me and Sloane at her birthday last year. The glass is cracked, but I keep it as a reminder. You know what's strange? I actually feel sorry for her. Why? Because she'll never know what real friendship feels like. I drop the photo in the trash. Or real love. Everything's just transactions to her. My phone buzzes again. Summer. You need to see this. She's forwarded an email chain, messages between Lee and Sloane from the day before our wedding. My hands shake as I read. I can't go through with it, Lee wrote. We need to tell her the truth. Sloane's response. You know what happens if you back out? To both of you. They threatened you too, I realize. That's why you looked so scared in the video. The last email is from Lee to Percy. I'm done. After tomorrow's ceremony, I'm telling Lorelai everything. Whatever happens, happens. He was going to confess, Marley says softly. That's why they had to move up the timeline. A bitter laugh escapes me. Is that supposed to make it better? No, but maybe it helps explain why he cooperated so quickly in the end. I think about Lee in that interview room, giving up everything to save his sister. About Sloane's mask finally cracking. About Percy's desperate final gambit. They were all trapped in their own lies, I say, just like I was. Another knock. Xander enters, looking more like his old self in a crisp suit. Security footage from Percy's cell just leaked. It wasn't suicide. I know. I show him the threatening text. They're trying to scare us into silence. Are you scared? Marley asks. I consider the question, remembering that moment in the bridal suite when my world first cracked open. The devastation, the betrayal, the helplessness. No, I realize. Not anymore. My phone rings. An unknown number. But this time I know exactly who it is. Hello, Marcus, I say, naming the one person who never appeared in any document, any video, any trail. Project Oracle's true architect. Silence then. Impressive. How did you know? Because Percy's dead, Sloane's in custody, and Lee's cooperating. But someone's still pulling strings. Someone who's been watching me since before I even met Lee. Clever girl. His voice is smooth, amused. We could use someone like you. That's your pitch? After everything? Consider it a promotion. Your skills, my resources. Here's my counteroffer. I hit send on my laptop. Check your inbox. A pause. Then, what did you do? Released everything. Every account, every connection, every secret player. It's all public now. My voice stays steady. You can't threaten what's already exposed. The line goes dead. Marley's phone immediately lights up with alerts. Xander grabs his laptop, watching the information cascade across social media, news sites, federal channels. It's really over, Summer whispers from the doorway. I pick up my box of carefully chosen memories, looking around the office one last time. Not at what was taken from me, but at what I've reclaimed. No, I say, thinking of all the people like me out there, trapped in beautiful lies. It's just beginning. I walk out into the sunlight, leaving the broken pieces of my old life behind. Ahead lies something better than revenge, better than justice. The truth. And this time, it's mine to tell.
I found the wedding invitations while looking for napkins in my husband's glove compartment. Cream-colored envelopes with gold trim, the kind that whisper elegance and expense. The kind I'd helped Daniel pick out for our own wedding 8 years ago. My fingers trembled as I pulled one out, telling myself it was probably for a colleague's wedding or a cousin's second marriage. The late October sun beat through the windshield, making the metallic script dance as I slid the invitation free. Together with their families, Rebecca Ryan and Daniel Mackenzie request the honor of your presence. The words blurred. My stomach lurched as if I'd missed a step going downstairs. I read it again and again, willing the letters to rearrange themselves into something that made sense, something that didn't destroy my entire world on an ordinary Tuesday afternoon. "Mommy, can we get ice cream?" Lily's voice floated from the back seat, yanking me back to reality. "You promised after my dentist appointment. Just a minute, sweetheart." My voice sounded strange, distant. I shuffled through the stack with numb fingers. 5 invitations, all addressed to different guests. The wedding date was set for spring. Spring. While I'd been planning our family vacation to Disney World, my husband had been planning his wedding to another woman. "Your teeth are all clean now, remember?" Lily continued, oblivious to the way my world was splintering. "Dr. Morris said I was the best patient ever." I forced myself to breathe, to smile, to act normal. "That's right, baby. You were so brave." The invitation felt like it was burning my skin. I shoved it back into the envelope, tucked the stack exactly where I'd found it. "Ice cream it is." My hands shook so badly I could barely turn the key in the ignition. 8 years of marriage, a beautiful home, our daughter, all of it built on... what? How long had he been living this double life? At the ice cream shop, I watched Lily attack her strawberry cone with the pure joy only an 8-year-old can muster. Pink drops splashed onto her blue dress, the one Daniel had bought her last month. "You're just like your mama," he'd said, ruffling her hair. "Beautiful in blue." My phone buzzed, a text from Daniel. "Running late tonight, big client meeting, don't wait up." I stared at those casual words, remembering all the late nights, the weekend work emergencies, the business trips that seemed to multiply lately. How many of those had been spent with her, with Rebecca? "Mommy, you're not eating yours," Lily pointed to my vanilla cone, melting untouched in my hand. "It's dripping everywhere." "Oh," I grabbed a napkin, wiping sticky rivulets from my wrist. "Just lost in thought, sweetie." "About what?" "About how your father is a lying bastard, about how our entire life is a carefully constructed fiction, about how I don't recognize anything anymore, least of all myself." "About grown-up stuff," I said instead, forcing a smile. "Boring things." My phone buzzed again. This time it was Bailey. "Girls' night still on for Friday? Need wine and gossip?" I typed back absolutely, while my mind raced ahead. Bailey, my best friend since college, who knew every secret of mine, except this one. Not yet. I couldn't tell her, couldn't tell anyone, until I figured out what to do. The drive home was a blur of autumn colors and Lily's chatter about Halloween costumes. I nodded at appropriate intervals, but inside I was cataloging every suspicious moment from the past year. The new passwords on his phone, the fresh cologne, the gym membership he suddenly couldn't live without. "Can we watch a movie tonight?" Lily asked as we pulled into our driveway. "Since Daddy's working late?" I looked at our house, the perfect colonial with its perfect shutters and perfect flower boxes that Daniel and I had picked out together. Everything looked exactly the same as it had this morning. Everything was different. "Sure, baby." I helped her out of her booster seat, breathing in her sweet little girl scent. "You pick the movie." She ran ahead while I lingered by the car, my hand resting on the cool metal above the glove compartment. Inside was proof that my husband was marrying another woman in 6 months. Inside was the end of everything I thought I knew. I could confront him tonight. Scream, cry, throw things. But as I watched Lily disappear into the house, humming the theme from Frozen, a different kind of clarity settled over me, the kind that comes with absolute certainty that someone needs to pay. "Coming, sweetie," I called out, my voice steady despite the ice in my veins. "Let me just grab something from the kitchen first." Like my laptop, and my phone, and every scrap of financial information I could find. Daniel wasn't the only one who could make plans for spring. The house feels different at 3 in the morning, emptier. Like all the lies have carved out hollow spaces in the walls. I'm sitting at our kitchen island, surrounded by bank statements and credit card bills, my laptop casting a blue glow across the granite countertop Daniel was so proud of installing last year. My hands shake as I scroll through his credit card statements. Dinner for 2 at Le Petit Jardin, a weekend booking at the Lakeside Inn, a jewelry purchase from Tiffany's that definitely didn't make its way to my jewelry box. Each transaction is a fresh betrayal, each date stamp a knife twist. "Just looking out for our future," he'd said when he insisted on separate accounts last spring. Smart financial planning. Smart. That's what everyone always called Daniel. Smart, successful, charming Daniel. Even now, he's sleeping peacefully upstairs, probably dreaming about his perfect new life with Rebecca, while I piece together the ruins of mine. My phone lights up. Bailey again. "You've been quiet. Everything okay?" I stare at the message, fingers hovering over the keys. Bailey would be here in 10 minutes if I told her. She'd bring wine and righteous anger and probably a baseball bat. But something stops me. The moment I tell someone, this becomes real, in a way I'm not ready for yet. "All good, just busy with work stuff. Coffee tomorrow?" The lie comes easily. Too easily. Maybe that's what happens when you live with a liar. It rubs off on you like cigarette smoke, seeping into your clothes and hair until you carry it with you everywhere. A floorboard creaks upstairs. I freeze, but it's just Lily turning over in her sleep. My beautiful girl, who still believes in fairy tales and happy endings. Who deserves better than watching her family implode. I pull up our joint account statement, and that's when I see it. Regular transfers to an account I don't recognize, always on the 15th of each month. $5,000 each time, going back almost a year. "Son of a bitch," I whisper, the words sharp in the quiet kitchen. My fingers fly across the keyboard, following the money trail. It leads to a rental property in the nice part of town, a luxury apartment complex with a doorman and a rooftop pool. The kind of place you'd set up for a future wife while your current one helps your daughter with homework and makes your favorite lasagna. The sun is rising by the time I hear Daniel stirring. I've already cleared away the evidence, brewed coffee, and started making pancakes. Lily's favorite breakfast. Normal mom things. Like I haven't spent the night unraveling the elaborate fiction of our marriage. "Something smells good," Daniel says, coming up behind me. He tries to kiss my cheek, but I turn away, pretending to flip a pancake. "Late night?" I ask, proud of how casual I sound. "Yeah, the Johnson account is really demanding right now." He pours himself coffee, and I watch him add exactly 2 sugars, no cream. I used to find his predictable habits endearing, but it'll calm down soon. Sure it will. Right after the spring wedding, I bet. "Mommy!" Lily bounces into the kitchen in her unicorn pajamas. "You made pancakes!" "Special treat," I say, sliding a plate toward her. "Since Daddy's been working so hard lately." Daniel catches my eye, something uncertain flickering across his face. But I'm already turning away, humming as I pour more batter onto the griddle. "I might be late again tonight," he says, straightening his tie. The blue one I gave him for Christmas. "Don't wait up." "Of course not," I smile, thinking of the apartment across town where he's probably heading. "Oh, by the way, I'm hosting a party next month. Nothing fancy, just some friends and neighbors." "A party?" He frowns. "What's the occasion?" "Does there need to be one?" I keep my voice light, but my heart is pounding. "I just thought it would be nice to get everyone together before the holidays. Before your secret life explodes in your face." "Sure, whatever you want." He kisses Lily's head, grabs his briefcase. "Just let me know the date." "Oh, I will, right after I figure out how to invite your fiancé." After he leaves, I watch Lily eat her pancakes, chattering about her upcoming school play. She has syrup on her chin and Daniel's eyes, and my chest aches with the weight of what I'm about to do. My phone buzzes. A text from Amy next door. Coffee? Have the most interesting gossip about the new tenant in Lakeside Apartments. I smile, really smile, for the first time in 24 hours. Be right over, I type back. Sometimes the universe hands you exactly what you need, and sometimes what you need is a nosy neighbor who lives for other people's drama. Amy's kitchen smells like cinnamon rolls and secrets. She's already got 2 coffee mugs out when I arrive, practically vibrating with the need to share her latest intelligence report. You'll never believe who I saw at Lakeside, she says, sliding a warm roll toward me. That new tenant? She's gorgeous, like magazine gorgeous. And guess who was helping her move in last weekend? My throat tightens, but I force myself to take a bite. Who? You're Daniel, she leans forward, eyes bright. I was driving by, purely coincidentally, of course, and there he was, carrying boxes like some knight in shining armor. I concentrate on chewing, tasting nothing. Really? That's interesting. I know, right? Apparently she's some hotshot lawyer. Rebecca something, single from what I gathered talking to the doorman. Amy winks. Not that I was snooping. Of course you were, that's exactly why I'm here. The doorman? You talked to him? Oh yeah, Marcus is a sweetie. Always up for a chat, especially if you bring him coffee. She stirs her own cup thoughtfully. He mentioned she just moved here from Chicago, starting fresh after some big breakup. Starting fresh. With my husband. Does she have many visitors? I keep my voice casual, like I'm just playing along with neighborhood gossip. Well, Amy glances around conspiratorially, though we're alone. Marcus says there's this one guy who comes by a lot, always in nice suits, usually late evenings. My coffee turns to acid in my stomach. What time evenings? After 8, mostly. Stays pretty late. She frowns. You okay, Maggie? You look a little pale. Just tired. Lily had a rough night. The lie slides out smooth as butter. Tell me more about this, Rebecca. By the time I leave Amy's, I have Rebecca's full name, workplace, and regular schedule, all delivered with Amy's signature mix of concern and barely concealed glee at having prime gossip. I also have the beginning of a plan. That afternoon, I park across from Rebecca's building, watching the elegant glass entrance through dark sunglasses. A woman in a cream-colored blazer exits, tall, willowy, with the kind of effortless grace that belongs in luxury car commercials. My hands clench the steering wheel until my knuckles turn white. So this is her. The woman my husband loves enough to blow up our family for. She walks to a silver BMW, checking her phone as she goes. I snap a quick photo, then another. Evidence. Ammunition. My finger hovers over the delete button for a moment. This feels wrong, creepy, like something a crazy person would do. But then I remember the wedding invitations, the secret apartment, the years of lies. I keep the photos. That evening, I'm helping Lily with her homework when Daniel texts. Working late again. Sorry. Mommy, what's 7 times 8? Lily asks, pencil poised over her math worksheet. 56, I answer automatically, then pause. Actually, why don't we figure it out together? What's 7 times 7? 49. Good. So 7 times 8 would be 49 plus 7, 56. Her face lights up with pride. See? You didn't need me at all. I ruffle her hair, fighting back sudden tears. She's so much stronger than she knows. Than I knew I could be. My phone buzzes again. Bailey this time. Haven't seen you in forever. Everything okay? I stare at the message, thinking about the photos on my phone, the growing knot of rage in my chest, the careful notes I've been taking. Bailey would tell me to be direct, to confront Daniel, to take the high road. But the high road won't protect Lily from having her world shattered. It won't give me back the years I spent loving a lie. It won't make Rebecca understand what she's walking into. Just busy, I text back. But definitely still on for the party next month. Actually, I could use your help planning it. 3 dots appear as she types. Of course, what kind of party? I look at Lily, happily counting on her fingers, still believing in her perfect family. Then I think of Rebecca in her cream blazer, probably sitting in her luxury apartment right now, waiting for my husband to arrive. A surprise party? I type. The kind no one will ever forget. My hands are steady as I hit send, steadier than they've been since finding those invitations. Because now I know exactly what I need to do. This isn't just about revenge anymore. It's about justice. About truth. About making sure both Daniel and Rebecca understand exactly what they're destroying. And if I have to become someone I barely recognize to make that happen, well, Daniel should have thought of that before he decided to marry another woman. Bailey's face changes when she sees the invitation list I've prepared. We're sitting in her sunroom, surrounded by party planning supplies and half-empty wine glasses, but the cozy atmosphere shatters as she reads the names. Maggie, she says slowly. Who's Rebecca Ryan? I take a long sip of wine. Someone who needs to be there. And why does she need to be at your party? Bailey's voice has that careful tone she uses when she thinks I'm about to do something stupid. Along with what looks like half her law firm? Because I trace the rim of my glass, watching the light catch the crystal. She's engaged to my husband. The silence that follows feels endless. Bailey sets down the list with deliberate care, like it might explode. What did you just say? So I tell her everything. The invitations, the apartment, Amy's intel. With each detail, Bailey's expression darkens until she looks like she might be sick, or like she might hunt down Daniel herself. I'll kill him, she says when I finish. Actually kill him. We'll hide the body in Amy's garden. God knows she's got enough rose bushes to. I don't want him dead, I interrupt. I want him exposed. I want everyone to know exactly who he is. By humiliating him at a party? She leans forward, eyes intense. Maggie, this isn't you. You're better than this. Am I? I stand up, suddenly restless. Because the old me got played for a fool. The old me spent 8 years believing in a marriage that was a joke. Think about Lily. I am thinking about Lily. My voice cracks. I'm thinking about how she deserves to know her father for who he really is. I'm thinking about how Rebecca deserves to know what she's really marrying. Bailey is quiet for a moment, studying me. Have you met her? Rebecca? No, but maybe you should. She holds up a hand when I try to protest. Not to confront her, just observe. See who she really is before you destroy her life along with Daniel's. The suggestion hits me like a slap. She's not innocent in this. She knows she's engaged to a married man. Are you sure about that? I sink back into my chair, the certainty I've been clinging to starting to crack. She must know. Must she? Bailey refills our glasses. Because if she doesn't, you're about to publicly humiliate someone who might be just as much a victim as you are. The thought makes me nauseous. Or maybe it's the wine. So, what am I supposed to do? Just let them have their perfect spring wedding while I watch from the sidelines? No. Bailey reaches across the table, squeezes my hand. But maybe there's a way to handle this that won't leave scorched earth behind, especially for Lily. I pull my hand away, standing again. I need some air. Outside, Bailey's garden is alive with early evening shadows. The same garden where we celebrated Lily's 5th birthday, where Daniel flipped burgers and told Dad jokes and seemed so perfectly, wonderfully normal. I pull out my phone, scroll to the photo of Rebecca. She doesn't look like a homewrecker. She looks happy, confident, like I used to look before I found those invitations. My phone buzzes. A text from Daniel. Meeting running late. Don't wait up. I wonder where he is right now. In Rebecca's apartment, planning their future while our present crumbles? Does he kiss her the way he used to kiss me? Does he make her laugh with those terrible puns he saves for people he really loves? Does she know she's not the only one who loves him back? Bailey appears beside me, silent but supportive. Whatever you decide, she says finally, I'm with you. But please, please be sure this is what you really want. I stare at the party plans scattered across her sunroom table, visible through the window. The careful lists, the strategic seating arrangements, the timeline designed for maximum impact. It looks less like justice now and more like a bomb waiting to detonate. But then I think about Daniel sleeping peacefully beside me every night, knowing what he knows. about Rebecca trying on wedding dresses, planning her perfect day, while my daughter draws hearts on cards for a father who's already chosen his next family. The party stays, I say, my voice firm, but maybe I need to do some reconnaissance first. Bailey nods slowly. Want company? No. I pull up Rebecca's work address on my phone. This is something I need to do alone. Because Bailey's right. I need to know exactly who I'm dealing with before I tear everything apart. Need to look in Rebecca's eyes and see if she's another liar or just another fool who fell for Daniel's perfect mask. Either way, the party is happening. But now I have a stop to make first. Time to introduce myself to my husband's fiancé. Rebecca's law firm occupies the top 3 floors of a gleaming downtown building. I sit in the coffee shop across the street, watching professionals stream in and out, wondering which of them know my husband as Rebecca's fiancé rather than my spouse. My hands shake slightly as I adjust my blazer, the expensive one Daniel bought me last Christmas. Fitting, really. I've rehearsed my story. Potential client, seeking representation for a business matter. Just enough truth to be believable. More coffee? The barista hovers nearby. No, thanks. I've been nursing the same cup for an hour, gathering courage. Actually, yes. 1 to go. Walking into the building feels like crossing a threshold I can't return from. The elevator rises smoothly to the 42nd floor, and I repeat my story in my head. But when the doors open, all my careful planning evaporates. Rebecca stands at the reception desk, laughing with the receptionist. She's even more striking up close. Tall, poised, radiating the kind of confidence that comes from never having your world shattered. She's wearing a delicate gold necklace I recognize from Daniel's Tiffany's purchase. My chest constricts. I want to scream, to grab that necklace and demand answers. Instead, I step forward, my heels clicking on the marble floor. Rebecca turns, still smiling. Can I help you? I hope so. My voice sounds strange to my own ears. I'm looking for some legal advice. Of course. She gestures toward her office. I have a few minutes before my next meeting. Her office is a corner suite with floor-to-ceiling windows. Family photos dot her desk, parents, siblings, but no Daniel. Not yet. She settles behind her desk while I perch on the edge of a leather chair, studying her. So, what brings you in today? I open my mouth to deliver my practiced story, but something else entirely comes out. How do you handle betrayal cases? She blinks, professional smile never wavering. That's quite broad. Are we talking business betrayal, intellectual property? Marriage. The word hangs between us. When someone you trust completely turns out to be living a double life. Something flickers across her face. Recognition? Concern? That would fall under family law, which isn't my specialty. But I can refer you to... He bought you that necklace 2 months ago, I interrupt softly. From Tiffany's. The same day he told me he was working late on the Johnson account. The color drains from her face. I'm sorry, who are you? I think you know. My voice remains steady even as my heart pounds. Or at least you should. She stands abruptly, moving away from her desk. I think you need to leave. Does he make you laugh with terrible puns? I ask, still sitting. Does he bring you coffee in bed on Sunday mornings? Does he tell you you're the only one who really understands him? Security. She reaches for her phone, but her hand trembles. He's married. The words cut through the air like glass. He has a daughter. Her name is Lily. She's 8, and she still believes in fairy tales. Rebecca sinks back into her chair, face ashen. You're lying. I pull out my phone, scroll to a recent family photo. Lily between us at her school play. Daniel's arm around my waist. Am I? She stares at the image, then at me, then back at the photo. I see the moment reality hits her. It's the same shattering I felt in the car that day. I'm going to be sick, she whispers. Funny, that's exactly how I felt when I found your wedding invitations. She presses her hands to her face, shoulders shaking. I should feel triumphant, watching her perfect world crumble. Instead, I feel hollow. I didn't know, she says finally, voice raw. I swear to God, I didn't know. I believe you. The realization surprises me. That's what makes him so good at this, making everyone believe exactly what they need to. She looks up, mascara smeared. What are you going to do? I stand, smoothing my blazer. I'm throwing a party next month. You should come. A party? She laughs, slightly hysterical. Are you insane? Probably. I move toward the door, then pause. He likes his coffee with 2 sugars, no cream. He hates cilantro but pretends to like it at restaurants. And he always has a reasonable explanation for being late. She flinches at each detail. Why are you telling me this? Because you deserve to know exactly who you're dealing with. I meet her eyes, and because I'm not the only one who gets to decide what happens next. I leave her there, surrounded by her success and her shattered illusions. In the elevator, my phone buzzes. Daniel, of course. Can't wait to see you tonight, his text reads. Miss you. I wonder which of us he's texting that to. Maybe both, maybe neither. The party just got more complicated, but now I know. It's not just about revenge anymore, it's about truth. And Rebecca deserves that as much as I do. The party invitations arrive on a Tuesday. I watch Daniel open his over breakfast, his expression carefully neutral as he reads the elegant script. Quite a guest list, he says, buttering his toast. The Johnson team, half the neighborhood, Rebecca Ryan, the lawyer? I pour more coffee, steady despite my racing heart. Amy recommended her, said she's new in town, might be good for networking. He sets the invitation down too carefully. And you've met her? Briefly. I smile, thinking of mascara-stained cheeks and shattered illusions. She seemed lovely. Lily bounces into the kitchen, backpack already on. Is Rebecca coming to the party? She's so nice. Daniel's head snaps up. My coffee cup freezes halfway to my lips. You've met Rebecca? Daniel's voice is too casual. At the ice cream shop yesterday. Lily grabs a banana from the fruit bowl. She bought me a double scoop and said she loved my unicorn shirt. The silence stretches like taffy. I watch Daniel's face, seeing the calculations behind his eyes. Yesterday was his supposed late meeting. That was nice of her, he manages. She said she knows you from work, Lily continues innocently, and that she had something really important to tell Mommy. Daniel's toast falls from his fingers. Important? Lily, honey, you'll be late for school. I grab my keys, avoiding Daniel's stare. Let's go. In the car, after dropping Lily off, I finally check my phone. 3 missed calls from Rebecca. A text. We need to talk, please. I pull into a parking lot, hands shaking as I dial her number. She answers on the first ring. I can't do this, she says immediately. The party, the lies, any of it. I saw your daughter yesterday and she's real. This is all real. Of course she's real. My voice comes out sharper than intended. What did you think she was? I don't know, Rebecca's voice cracks. Daniel said he was divorced, said you were his unstable ex who couldn't let go, said Lily was better off with limited contact. I believed him because I wanted to. My laugh sounds hollow even to me. Unstable ex? That's creative. I've called off the engagement, she pauses, but I haven't told him why. Something shifts in my chest, hope or fear, I'm not sure which. Why not? Because you're right, about the party, about everyone knowing the truth. She takes a shaky breath. He needs to face what he's done, all of it. I grip the steering wheel, remembering Daniel's face when Lily mentioned Rebecca. He's starting to suspect something. Good. Steele enters her voice. Let him sweat. When I get home, Daniel's car is in the driveway. He's supposed to be at work. I find him in his home office, phone pressed to his ear. Need to postpone the meeting, he's saying. Something's come up. Yes, I understand the implications. He sees me in the doorway and ends the call abruptly. You're home early. So are you. We stare at each other across the room. 8 years of marriage, and I've never seen him look so uncertain. About Rebecca, he starts. The lawyer? I keep my voice light. What about her? He runs a hand through his hair. It seems odd, inviting a stranger to such a personal gathering. Does it? I move closer, noting how he tenses. Because Amy says she's not a stranger to everyone. His phone buzzes. Probably Rebecca, declining the invitation we both know she won't decline. He doesn't check it. Maggie, he says softly. What's really going on? I think about Lily's innocent revelation at breakfast, about Rebecca's mascara-stained face, about all the perfectly reasonable explanations he's given me over the years. Nothing's going on, I lie, matching his soft tone. Just a party. You do want to celebrate with our friends, don't you? He studies my face, searching for something. I wonder if he sees the woman he married, or the unstable ex he described to Rebecca. Of course, he says finally. It'll be perfect. Perfect. Like our marriage. Like his lies. Like the way all of this is going to explode in exactly 2 weeks. My phone vibrates. Bailey, then Amy, then Rebecca, all confirming their attendance. The pieces are falling into place. No more rehearsals, no more preparation, just the final act. Yes, I agree, meeting his uncertain gaze with a smile that feels like broken glass. Perfect. Because that's what Daniel always wanted, perfection. And in 2 weeks, he'll get exactly that. A perfect party, a perfect revelation, a perfectly orchestrated destruction of every lie he's ever told. I can't wait. The party hums around me like a live wire. I'm wearing the black dress Daniel loves, hair swept up exactly the way he likes it. Everything perfect. Everything calculated. You okay? Bailey appears at my elbow, champagne in hand. You look a little... like I'm about to burn my life to the ground. I was going to say pale, but sure, that works too. Across the room, Daniel works the crowd with practiced charm. He hasn't noticed Rebecca yet, standing quietly by the window in a cream dress that matches those wedding invitations. She catches my eye, gives a slight nod. It's not too late, Bailey whispers. We could still call this off. But it is too late. Has been since I found those invitations, since I sat in Rebecca's office, since Lily innocently revealed the threads of her father's lies. Time for the toast, I say instead. My heels click against the hardwood as I move to the center of the room. The sound of crystal being tapped rings out. Amy, right on cue. Conversations fade. Daniel beams at me with practiced affection. I want to thank everyone for coming tonight, I begin, my voice steady despite the earthquake in my chest. Especially those who traveled so far to be here. Rebecca shifts slightly. Daniel's smile flickers. You know, when I was planning this party, I thought a lot about love, about trust, about the stories we tell ourselves about the people we share our lives with. The room has gone completely still. I can feel Bailey's concern, Amy's anticipation, Rebecca's quiet resolve. Daniel, I turn to face him directly. Would you join me, since this party is really all about you? He moves forward, uncertainty shadowing his features. Maggie. It's okay, honey. I just want to share some stories, like how we met, how you pursued me for months, how you promised to love only me forever. His eyes dart around the room, sensing the shift in atmosphere. Maybe this isn't the time, or we could talk about more recent stories. I take a step closer, like your late meetings, your business trips, your apartment across town. The color drains from his face. Someone gasps, probably Amy, loving every second. Or better yet, I continue, voice crystal clear in the silence. Why don't we talk about spring weddings? Maggie, stop. His voice holds a warning, but I'm done heeding those. Rebecca, I call out, would you like to share your version of the story? She steps forward, elegant and composed. Daniel's face goes from white to gray as she moves to stand beside me. No, he says hoarsely. This isn't... Isn't what? Rebecca's voice could freeze hell. Isn't the perfect moment to explain how you're somehow engaged to me while married to Maggie? How you told me she was your unstable ex-wife? How you made me complicit in destroying a little girl's family? Murmurs ripple through the crowd. I see the Johnson team exchanging glances. Amy practically vibrating with vindicated gossip, Bailey watching with quiet support. I can explain, Daniel starts, but for once, his silver tongue fails him. Can you explain this? I pull out my phone, project the wedding invitation onto the wall where I'd secretly installed a projector earlier. Or these credit card statements appear, highlighting his double life in stark detail. Or maybe, Rebecca adds, you can explain why you were with me yesterday when you told Maggie you had a late meeting. Daniel's face twists. You two planned this? Set me up? No, Daniel. I step closer, close enough to smell his familiar cologne. You set yourself up. We just made sure everyone could see the show. Including me. The new voice cuts through the tension. Daniel spins around to find Ross, my brother, emerging from the hallway. With Lily. Uncle Ross showed me the pictures, Daddy, Lily says quietly, of you and Rebecca. He said you've been lying to us. I hadn't planned this part. Had specifically told Ross to keep Lily away tonight. But seeing her there, small and brave and devastatingly honest, I realize it's perfect. Princess, Daniel starts, reaching for her. She steps back into Ross's protective embrace. Is it true? Have you been lying? The mighty Daniel, master of explanations, stands speechless before his daughter's simple question. Yes, he finally whispers. Yes, I lied. The admission hangs in the air like shattered glass. I feel it cut through the last threads of our marriage, through the perfect facade he'd constructed, through every story he'd spun. Then I don't believe in you anymore, Lily says, with the brutal clarity of childhood. She turns to me, eyes wet but chin high. Can we go home now, Mommy? Home. Not this house of lies. Not this carefully curated stage for Daniel's performance. Yes, baby. I hold out my hand to her. We can go home. As we walk out, leaving Daniel standing alone in his wreckage, I hear Rebecca begin to detail every lie he told her. Hear the disgusted murmurs of his colleagues. Hear the collapse of his perfect world. But all I feel is light, free, ready for whatever comes next. Dawn creeps through Bailey's guest room window, painting the unfamiliar walls in soft gold. Lily sleeps beside me, her small hand curled in mine. On the nightstand, my phone lights up with another message from Daniel. The 20th since we left the party. I don't read it. Instead, I ease out of bed, careful not to wake Lily, and pad downstairs to Bailey's kitchen. The morning feels raw, new, like the first breath after breaking through water's surface. Bailey's already at the counter, coffee brewing. Couldn't sleep either. Too busy plotting my next life-destroying party, I say, managing a small smile. God, his face when Rebecca started listing his lies. She hands me a steaming mug. I thought he might actually spontaneously combust. I keep waiting to feel guilty. I wrap my hands around the warm ceramic, or devastated, or something other than relieved. Relieved is allowed. She studies me over her cup. So is angry, hurt, triumphant, or whatever else you're feeling. The doorbell rings, startling us both. Through the front window, I see Ross on the porch, holding a manila envelope. Morning, sis. He kisses my cheek as he enters. Brought you something interesting. I open the envelope, pull out a stack of papers. Bank statements, property records, email printouts. What is this? Remember when you asked me to look into Daniel's finances? Ross settles at the counter. Well, I did. And guess what I found? My hands shake as I scan the documents. Offshore accounts, hidden assets, a pattern of transactions that speaks of something much bigger than a secret fiancé. He's been embezzling, Ross explains quietly, from his own company for years. The coffee turns bitter in my mouth. How much? Millions. Ross taps one particularly damning statement. The Johnson account? It's a shell, a cover for moving money around. A laugh bubbles up in my throat, harsh, almost hysterical. So, while I was planning my little revenge party, you accidentally exposed a major financial fraud scheme? Yeah, Ross grins. The FBI is very interested in having a chat with him. Heavy footsteps on the stairs announce Lily's awakening. She appears in the doorway, rubbing sleep from her eyes. Mommy? Uncle Ross? Hey, Squirt. Ross scoops her up, tickling her until she giggles. Who wants pancakes? While Ross and Lily raid Bailey's pantry, my phone buzzes again. This time it's Rebecca. He's been calling me too, her text reads. But I thought you should see this first. A photo appears. Daniel, leaving her apartment building late last night, with another woman. Caught them in the elevator, Rebecca adds. Guess we weren't special enough to warrant exclusive lying rights. I should feel something. Anger, betrayal, vindication. Instead, I feel the last weight lift from my chest. The last question mark straighten into a period. You okay? Bailey asks softly. Through the kitchen window, I watch the sunrise paint the sky in brilliant oranges and pinks. Lily's laughter mingles with Ross's terrible dad jokes as they make a mess of Bailey's pristine kitchen. My phone lights up with another call from Daniel that I'll never answer. You know what? I say, turning to Bailey. I really am. Good. She hesitates. Because there's something else you should know. The publishing company I work for, they're very interested in your story. I blink. My story? A memoir, about discovering your husband's double life and taking back your narrative, about helping another woman do the same. She pulls out a business card. If you're interested. The card feels heavy in my hand, weighted with possibility, with power. Mommy, Lily calls. Uncle Ross is making pancakes wrong. Am not, Ross protests. This is how Julia Child did it. Julia Child never dropped batter on her shoes, Bailey mutters. I move to help them, tucking the card into my pocket. My phone buzzes one final time, Daniel again, but this time I don't even glance at it. Because this isn't his story anymore. It's mine. Mine and Lily's and Rebecca's and every other person he tried to write into his fiction. Here, I tell Ross, taking the spatula, let me show you how it's done. The pancake flips perfectly, golden brown against silver steel. Behind me, Lily claps. Bailey starts the coffee maker again. Ross pretends to take notes on proper pancake technique. And I stand in this kitchen that isn't mine, surrounded by people who are finally writing my own story. One where perfect isn't the goal. Truth is.
The keys to my new house felt heavy in my pocket as I stared at my bank account balance. Exactly 742.16. Just yesterday, there had been over $50,000 sitting there, my entire college fund. My hands trembled as I dialed my mother's number. Mom, what happened to my college fund? My voice cracked despite my best efforts to stay calm. Oh, honey, about that. She paused, and I could practically see her nervously twirling her hair. Your brother needed the money for his new business venture. You know how important this is for the family. I'm Elisa, and this was the moment I realized just how little I meant to my own family. The front door slammed, and my brother Harley's booming voice filled our house. Hey sis, come check out what your college fund bought. My feet carried me outside before my brain could process what was happening. There, taking up half our driveway, sat a gleaming white boat. Not just any boat, a 35-foot luxury cruiser that probably cost more than most people's yearly salary. Isn't she beautiful? Harley ran his hand along the hull, grinning like a kid on Christmas morning. Mom and I figured since you're so good with your money, you can just work your way through college. This investment will pay off way better than some boring degree. You took my money without asking? I managed to choke out. Mom agreed it was the right move, he shrugged. We're expanding the family entertainment business. This boat will be perfect for luxury tours. My mother appeared beside me, placing her hand on my shoulder. I shrugged it off. Sweetie, your brother has such a good head for business. This is what's best for everyone. Everyone except me, you mean? I stepped back, watching their faces. Neither looked guilty, just mildly annoyed at my reaction. Don't be dramatic, Harley rolled his eyes. You can be part of the business, too. Maybe work as a tour guide or something. My phone buzzed in my pocket. A text from my real estate agent confirming the closing date for the house I'd secretly bought. The house my family had been eyeing for months as the perfect location for their new restaurant. "I need some air," I muttered, walking away as they continued fawning over the boat. I drove to my best friend Philip's house, barely seeing the road through my tears. He opened the door before I could knock, took one look at my face, and pulled me into a hug. "They did it, didn't they?" he asked softly. "They took your college fund?" I nodded against his shoulder. "Bought a stupid boat. Didn't even ask me first." We sat on his porch, and I told him everything. About the boat, about their dismissal of my feelings, about the house I'd purchased with my own savings and investments. "Are you sure you want to go through with this?" Philip asked, handing me a tissue. "Once you tell them about the house, there's no going back. They need to learn they can't just walk all over me." I wiped my eyes. "I've spent years watching them favor Harley, making excuses for everything he does. Well, now they'll see what it feels like to have their dreams crushed." My phone buzzed again. This time it was my grandmother, Joanna. "Heard about the boat," she said when I answered. "Come over for tea?" "Be there in 20, I replied, grateful for the one family member who always had my back. When I arrived, Grandma Joanna was waiting with fresh cookies and knowing eyes. "Sometimes," she said, sliding a cup of tea across the table, "the best revenge isn't loud and angry. It's quiet and clever." I pulled out the house keys and set them on the table. "Like buying the property they've been dreaming about before they could get their hands on it." A slow smile spread across her face. "Exactly like that." She reached across and squeezed my hand. "You've always been smarter than they gave you credit for, dear." "I'm scared," I admitted, "but I'm also tired of being the family doormat." "Good," she nodded. "Fear means you understand the consequences, but sometimes burning bridges lights the way forward." She took a sip of her tea. "When do you plan to tell them?" I thought about Harley's smug face as he showed off his new boat, about my mother's casual dismissal of my future. "Soon," I said, gripping the house keys tightly. "Very soon." The weight of the keys in my hand felt different now, not heavy with dread, but solid with purpose. My family thought they knew me, thought they could predict my every move. They were about to learn just how wrong they were. 3 years earlier, I'd overheard a conversation that changed everything. I was bringing coffee to my mother's office when Harley's voice drifted through the partially open door. "That property on Marina Drive would be perfect, Mom. We could turn it into the flagship restaurant for our entertainment empire." "It's not for sale yet," my mother replied, "but the owner's getting old. Give it a few years, and we'll make our move." I paused outside, coffee growing cold in my hands. "What about the money?" Harley asked. "We'll need at least $300,000 for the down payment." "Well," my mother's voice dropped lower, "there's always Elisa's college fund. She probably won't need all of it anyway." That night, I opened my first investment account with the $5,000 I'd saved from my part-time job at the library. The memory of that moment played in my mind as I sat across from Philip at our favorite coffee shop, watching him scroll through the photos of my new house. "I still can't believe you pulled this off," he said, shaking his head. 3 years of working 2 jobs, living like a hermit, and investing every penny." "The crypto boom helped," I admitted, stirring my latte. "Getting in early on those tech stocks, too. But mostly it was just," I gestured to my worn sweater and scuffed shoes, "this, living below my means while they all thought I was just bad with money." "Speaking of your family," Philip leaned forward, "your brother's been posting nonstop about that boat on social media. Living the dream and family empire everywhere." I pulled out my phone and showed him Harley's latest post, a photo of him lounging on the boat that my college fund had bought. The caption read, "Big plans coming soon. Watch this space for the next Rogers family venture." "They have no idea you own the house, do they?" Philip asked. "Not yet. I used my grandmother's address for all the paperwork." I smiled, remembering how Joanna had insisted on helping. "The real estate agent thinks I'm an investor looking to preserve the property's historical character." The bell above the coffee shop door chimed, and I instinctively ducked lower in my seat as my mother walked in. She didn't notice us, too absorbed in her phone call. "Yes, we're very interested in the Marina Drive property," she was saying. "As soon as it hits the market, we want first right of refusal." Philip raised an eyebrow at me as my mother ordered her coffee and left, still talking about renovation plans and permits. "You know what's crazy?" I said once she was gone. "If they'd just asked me about the boat, explained their plans, maybe even offered to pay me back, I probably would have helped them. But they just took what was mine, like I didn't matter." "When are you going to tell them?" "I'm waiting for the perfect moment." I pulled out the set of keys I'd received yesterday. "They're having a family dinner next week to discuss their expansion plans. Seems like the right time to drop my own little bombshell." Later that evening, I visited Grandma Joanna again. She was in her garden, tending to her roses, when I arrived. "Your mother called today," she said, pruning shears snipping precisely. She was quite excited about their plans for the Marina Drive property. "Did she mention how they funded Harley's new boat?" Joanna's shears paused mid-cut. "Not a word, but I have ways of finding things out." She turned to face me. "You know, when I was your age, my own brother tried something similar. Convinced our parents to give him my inheritance early for a can't-miss business opportunity. What happened? The business failed, of course," she resumed pruning. "But more importantly, he learned that taking advantage of family has consequences. Sometimes those consequences take years to surface, but they always do." "Did you ever forgive him?" "Eventually, but our relationship was never the same." She set down her shears and took my hands in hers. "Are you prepared for that possibility?" I thought about all the times I'd watched Harley get everything he wanted while I worked and saved. About my mother's constant dismissal of my dreams in favor of his schemes. "I think that relationship changed the moment they stole my future," I said quietly. "Then you're not really destroying anything," Joanna replied, squeezing my hands. "You're just making the truth visible." As I drove home that evening, I passed the Marina Drive property. My property now. The old Victorian house stood proud against the setting sun, its weathered facade hiding secrets just like I did. Soon, very soon, those secrets would come to light. I touched the keys in my pocket and smiled. Sometimes the best revenge isn't just about getting even. It's about taking control of your own story. "You should see the plans I've drawn up," Harley announced at breakfast, spreading blueprints across our kitchen table, not caring that his elbow knocked over my coffee. "The Marina Drive house will be perfect once we gut it. Main floor restaurant, rooftop bar, maybe even a small music venue in the basement." I dabbed at the coffee stains spreading across my shirt. "Sounds expensive." "That's the beauty of it," he grinned, completely missing my sarcasm. "The old owner doesn't know what they're sitting on. Mom's been watching the property for years. Once it hits the market, we'll swoop in with an offer they can't refuse." "And where's this money coming from?" I asked, keeping my voice carefully neutral. "Since you spent my college fund on the boat?" Mom walked in, cutting off any response. "Harley, darling, I just got off the phone with the realtor. She says there's been some interest in the property already." I pretended to be absorbed in my phone while they talked, but my ears were burning. "What do you mean, interest?" Harley's voice rose. "It's not even officially listed yet. Apparently someone's been making inquiries," Mom replied, pouring herself coffee. "Some investor who wants to preserve the historical character of the building." I bit my lip to hide my smile. "Historical character?" Harley scoffed. "It's just an old house. We need to act fast, Mom. Can we make a preemptive offer?" "I've tried, but the realtor says the owner's already in talks with this other buyer." Mom sighed. "But don't worry, I'm not giving up. I've got another meeting with her today." My phone buzzed. A real call this time, from the same realtor. I excused myself to answer it in the hallway. "Ms. Rogers? I wanted to let you know your mother has scheduled another meeting to discuss the Marina Drive property," the realtor whispered. I'm not sure how long I can keep deflecting without revealing you're the buyer. Just hold them off a little longer, I replied quietly. I'm telling them everything next week. Back in the kitchen, Harley was still ranting. This is our future, our empire. Some history buff can't just swoop in and ruin everything. Maybe they have plans too, I suggested, sliding back into my seat. Dreams of their own. What would you know about dreams? Harley sneered. You can barely manage a checking account. Mom placed a hand on his arm. Harley, be nice to your sister. Elisa, why don't you help us brainstorm? You could be part of this too. Really? I raised an eyebrow. Like how I was part of the decision to spend my college fund. That again? Harley rolled his eyes. Get over it already. This is bigger than your community college plans. I stood up, my chair scraping against the floor. I have to get to work. Some of us still have to earn our way. Later that day, Philip met me for lunch at the diner where I worked my second job. I served tables while telling him about the morning's events. They're getting desperate, I said, refilling a customer's coffee. You should have seen Harley's face when Mom mentioned another buyer. Are you having second thoughts? Philip asked between bites of his burger. No, but I leaned against the counter. Sometimes I wonder what Dad would think about all this. Your dad was a good man who believed in hard work and honesty, a voice said behind me. I turned to find Grandma Joanna settling onto a bar stool. He'd be proud of you for standing up for yourself. Grandma, what are you doing here? Can't a grandmother check on her granddaughter? She smiled, but her eyes were serious. Your mother called me, trying to see if I'd help finance their restaurant plans. My stomach dropped. What did you say? I told her I'd think about it. Joanna stirred sugar into her coffee. Didn't mention I've already invested in a different project. She winked at me. The family dinner's in 3 days, I said quietly. Everything's going to change. Change isn't always bad, dear. Joanna reached across the counter and squeezed my hand. Sometimes it's necessary. After my shift, I drove past the Marina Drive house again. A sold sign had appeared in the window. My realtor's way of telling me the sale was officially recorded. In less than 72 hours, I'd tell my family that their dreams of an entertainment empire had been built on quicksand. My phone buzzed with a text from Harley. Family meeting tonight. Emergency strategy session about Marina Drive. Be there or prove you don't care about this family. I typed back, wouldn't miss it for the world. Sometimes the hardest part of revenge isn't the planning or the execution. It's maintaining your poker face while watching your targets walk straight into the trap they've set for themselves. The emergency family meeting turned out to be exactly what I expected. Harley pacing the living room, waving his arms as he ranted about the Marina Drive property slipping through his fingers. We need to pool all our resources, he declared. Mom's savings, my boat revenue, maybe even take out a loan. The boat's making revenue already? I asked innocently. It's only been a week. Harley shot me a dark look. I've got 3 tours booked for next month. That's not the point. The point is, Mom interjected, we need to show we're serious buyers. Elisa, honey, do you have any savings you could contribute? The irony was almost too much. You mean, besides my college fund? An uncomfortable silence filled the room. Mom shifted in her seat while Harley's jaw clenched. I think I'll make some tea, Mom said, escaping to the kitchen. As soon as she left, Harley rounded on me. Would you stop with the guilt trips? This is exactly why we didn't consult you about the boat. You're so small-minded. Small-minded? I stood up. Is that what you call wanting an education? Education? He laughed. While I'm building an empire, you're stuck waiting tables and shelving books. Face it, sis. You're going nowhere. I grabbed my keys. I need some air. Running away again? Harley called after me. Typical Elisa, always too weak to face reality. I drove straight to Grandma Joanna's house, my hands shaking on the steering wheel. She opened the door before I could knock, one look at my face telling her everything she needed to know. Come help me with these photo albums, she said, leading me to her study. I've been meaning to organize them. We sat on the floor, surrounded by old photographs. She handed me one showing my father standing proudly in front of his first hardware store. Your father built that business from nothing, she said softly. No shortcuts, no stepping on others, just hard work and integrity. Harley says I'm going nowhere, I whispered, tracing Dad's smile in the photo. Harley, Joanna said firmly, doesn't know the difference between noise and progress. She pulled out another photo. Me at 16, accepting a math competition trophy. You've always been the quiet achiever, just like your father. My phone buzzed with a text from Mom. Please come home. We need to discuss this as a family. They want me to contribute my savings to their restaurant plan, I told Joanna. She raised an eyebrow. The savings they don't know about? For the property you already own? The very same. I showed her Harley's latest social media post. Another photo of the boat with the caption, Big moves coming soon. Watch this space. Haish family empire. Shaish success. Your brother, Joanna said carefully, reminds me of those peacocks in the zoo. All show, no substance. She patted my hand. But you, my dear, are an owl. Quiet, watchful, and far wiser than anyone suspects. My phone buzzed again, this time from Philip. Heads up. Your brother's at the diner asking questions about your work schedule and tips. Think he's trying to figure out how much money you have. They're getting desperate, I told Joanna, showing her the message. Good, she replied, surprising me. Let them squirm a bit. They need to learn that actions have consequences. When I finally returned home, Mom was waiting up. Sweetie, I know we hurt you with the college fund situation, she began. Do you? I interrupted. Because it seems like you and Harley have it all figured out. The boat, the restaurant, the family empire. Where do I fit in any of that? You could manage the restaurant. She brightened. You're good with numbers. And stop. I held up my hand. Just stop. You don't get to decide my future anymore. I headed upstairs, but her voice followed me. The family dinner's tomorrow night. Please come. Harley has some big announcements. Oh, I'll be there, I muttered under my breath, touching the house keys in my pocket, with some announcements of my own. In my room, I pulled out the property deed and laid it on my desk. Tomorrow, everything would change. Tomorrow, they'd learn that the quiet daughter they'd dismissed had outmaneuvered them all. My phone lit up with one final text from Grandma Joanna. Remember, dear, the best revenge isn't just about winning. It's about standing up for what's right. Sleep well. Tomorrow you take back your power. I touched the deed one last time before turning out the light. Tomorrow couldn't come soon enough. The family dinner started exactly as I expected, with Harley commanding everyone's attention. Mom had prepared his favorite lasagna, and Grandma Joanna sat across from me, her eyes twinkling with anticipation. Before we eat, Harley announced, standing and raising his glass, I have some exciting news. Despite some complications with our original property plans, I've secured a meeting with potential investors for our restaurant venture. That's wonderful, darling, Mom beamed. When? Next week. They're very interested in our vision. He smiled smugly. Of course, it would be better if we had the Marina Drive location locked down, but we'll figure something out. Actually, I set down my fork, my heart pounding. I have some news about that. Not now, Elisa. Mom waved her hand dismissively. Let your brother finish. No, I said firmly, pulling out the property deed from my bag. I think you'll want to hear this. The room fell silent as I placed the document on the table. Harley's face scrunched in confusion as he leaned forward to read it. What is this? He asked, his voice suddenly uncertain. The deed to 1247 Marina Drive, I replied calmly. My property. Mom's wine glass slipped from her hand, spilling red across the white tablecloth. What? I'm the investor your realtor's been talking to, I continued, watching their faces. I bought it last week. It's mine. Harley snatched up the deed, his hands shaking. This is impossible. You don't have this kind of money. I did, actually. 3 years of savings, smart investments, and 2 jobs. I turned to Mom. Turns out I'm better with money than you thought. Harley's face turned red. You did this on purpose. You knew we wanted that property. Like you knew I wanted to go to college, I shot back. Funny how that works. Elisa, Mom's voice quavered. Surely we can work something out. We're family. Family? I laughed, but there was no humor in it. Was it family when you took my college fund without asking? When you dismissed my dreams because they didn't fit into Harley's grand plans? You ungrateful little... Harley started to rise, but Grandma Joanna's voice cut through the tension. Sit down, Harley. Her tone left no room for argument. I think it's time everyone here learned a lesson about consequences. You knew about this? Mom turned to her mother, betrayal written across her face. I did. Joanna took a sip of her wine. And I helped her. Someone had to stand up for what's right. This isn't right. Harley slammed his fist on the table. This is sabotage. You've ruined everything. No, I stood up slowly. I took control of my own future. Something you two taught me to do, actually, by showing me exactly how it feels to have someone else decide your fate. We can offer you money, Mom said desperately, more than you paid for it. It's not for sale. I picked up the deed. I have my own plans for the property. What plans? Harley sneered. A library? A study hall? Actually, I'm turning it into a community education center, with affordable classes, workshops, and yes, a library. I smiled. Not everyone can afford to have their college fund turned into a boat. The silence that followed was deafening. Mom stared at her spilled wine. Harley's face cycled through shades of red, and Grandma Joanna looked proudly in my direction. You've changed, Mom finally whispered. No, I corrected her. I just stopped letting you ignore who I've always been. Harley stormed out, the front door slamming behind him. Mom started to cry quietly, dabbing at her eyes with her napkin. Well? Grandma Joanna stood up, gathering her purse. I think that's enough excitement for one evening. Elisa, dear, would you walk me to my car? Outside, the night air was cool on my flushed face. Joanna hugged me tightly. You did well, she said. It's not easy standing up to family, but sometimes it's necessary. What happens now? I asked, suddenly feeling the weight of everything. Now? She smiled. Now you build something meaningful. Something that helps others avoid the position you were in. She squeezed my hand. Your father would be so proud. As I watched her drive away, I heard the front door open behind me. Mom stood there, looking smaller than I'd ever seen her. We really hurt you, didn't we? She said softly. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. I don't know how to fix this, she admitted. Maybe, I replied. You should stop trying to fix things and start listening instead. I walked to my car, leaving her in the doorway. Tomorrow would bring more drama, more accusations, more attempts to change my mind. But for now, I felt lighter than I had in years. Sometimes the best revenge isn't about hurting others. It's about finally standing up for yourself. The morning after the revelation, I arrived at work to find Harley waiting outside the library. He was wearing his best suit, the one he saved for impressing investors. We need to talk, he said, following me through the staff entrance. I'm working, Harley. I started sorting returns onto my cart. I'll make this quick. He straightened his tie. Name your price for the property. I pushed my cart between the shelves, methodically replacing books. It's not for sale. Don't be childish. He grabbed a book from my cart, holding it hostage. This little revenge plot was cute, but it's time to be realistic. You're not really going to waste that property on an education center, are you? Waste? I snatched the book back. Like you wasted my college fund? That was an investment. So is this. I turned to face him. But my investment will help people. not just feed your ego. His face darkened. Mom's devastated, you know. She barely slept last night. Really? I raised an eyebrow. Did she cry as much as I did when I found out my future had been stolen? I talked to some lawyers this morning. He switched tactics, voice dropping low. There might be grounds to challenge the sale. Given that you used Mom's address initially. Actually, I cut him off, I used Grandma's address. Everything's legal and properly documented. But nice try. He grabbed my arm as I tried to move past him. You're making a huge mistake. Is there a problem here? My supervisor appeared at the end of the aisle, frowning. No problem, I pulled free. My brother was just leaving. Later that day, Mom showed up at my second job at the diner. She sat at the counter, ordering nothing, just watching me work. Can I get you something? I finally asked during a lull. Remember when you were little, she said, ignoring my question, and you used to play restaurant with your toy cash register? You were always so good with numbers. Mom, you could still be part of the family business, she pressed. We could work together, make it something special. Like you made my college fund into something special? I started wiping down the counter, needing to keep my hands busy. I made a mistake, she admitted quietly. We both did. But this revenge, it's not you, Elisa. You don't know me, Mom. I stopped wiping. That's the whole problem. My phone buzzed. A text from Philip. Heads up. Harley's posting about fraudulent property sales on social media. Mom saw my expression change as I read the message. He's just hurt, she defended quickly. We all are. Hurt? I laughed bitterly. He's trying to destroy my reputation because he can't handle losing. He's your brother. And I was your daughter. The words exploded out louder than intended, drawing stares from nearby customers. I lowered my voice. I was your daughter, but you treated me like an ATM for Harley's dreams. She reached for my hand, but I pulled back. I need to get back to work. That evening, I met Grandma Joanna at the Marina Drive house. We walked through the empty rooms, our footsteps echoing on the hardwood floors. Harley's getting desperate, I told her, showing her his social media posts. Of course he is, she replied, running her hand along an antique banister. He's never had to face consequences before. Mom came to the diner today, tried to convince me to sell. And I almost felt bad, until I saw Harley's posts. Joanna stopped at a window, looking out at the garden. Your father built his first store in a building like this. Everyone told him it was too old, too much work, but he saw the potential. She turned to me. What do you see when you look at this place? I gazed around the room, seeing past the peeling wallpaper and dusty corners. I see second chances, for people who need education but can't afford traditional college, for kids who need a quiet place to study, for anyone who's been told their dreams don't matter. Then hold on to that vision, she said firmly, because the next few days are going to get worse before they get better. My phone buzzed again. Another text from Philip. Your brother just showed up at my place looking for dirt on your finances. He's really losing it. Let him look, I said, showing Joanna the message. Everything I did was legal and above board, unlike some people's business practices. Joanna squeezed my shoulder. Sometimes the hardest part of standing your ground isn't the initial fight. It's weathering the storm that follows. I touched the wall of what would soon be a classroom. Then let it storm. The final showdown happened on a Sunday evening, exactly 1 week after my revelation at the family dinner. Mom had insisted on another family meeting, this time at the Marina Drive house itself. I arrived to find Harley's new boat conspicuously parked in the driveway, blocking my usual spot. Inside, Mom and Harley were already waiting with Grandma Joanna. The empty rooms amplified every sound, making the tension feel even heavier. Nice of you to join us, Harley said, his smile not reaching his eyes. I've been doing some research about this place. Have you? I leaned against the door frame, arms crossed. The foundation needs work, Electrical's not up to code. Plumbing's ancient. He pulled out a stack of papers. Getting this place ready for your little education center would cost a fortune. I know, I replied calmly. I had it inspected before I bought it. Then you know it's not feasible, Mom jumped in. Honey, be reasonable. Sell it to us, and we'll give you enough to go to any college you want. With what money? I asked. The boat's not exactly bringing in millions, is it? Harley's face reddened. That's none of your business. Actually, Grandma Joanna spoke up, I'd like to know too. How are those tours going, Harley? He shifted uncomfortably. We've had some cancellations. Temporary setback. All of them? I pulled out my phone, showing a screenshot. Because according to your booking site, you haven't had a single customer. You're tracking my business? He sputtered. No, I'm tracking what happened to my college fund. I turned to Mom. Did you know he's already trying to sell the boat? Listed it yesterday for half what you paid. Mom's face went pale. Harley, is this true? I can explain. Like you explained how taking my college fund was for the good of the family, I cut in. Face it, Harley. Your empire is built on stolen dreams and empty promises. He lunged forward suddenly, grabbing my arm. You think you're so smart, don't you? Little Miss Perfect, with her secret investments and clever plans? Let go of her. Grandma Joanna's voice cracked like a whip. Or what? Harley sneered, but his grip loosened. Going to cut me out of the will, too? Actually, Joanna pulled out her own stack of papers. I've already revised my estate plans. The money I'd set aside for the restaurant? It's going to Elisa's education center instead. The silence that followed was deafening. Mom sank onto a dusty windowsill, while Harley's face went from red to white. You can't do that, he whispered. I already have. Joanna moved to stand beside me. Because unlike some people, I believe in investing in dreams that help others, not just ourselves. This isn't fair. Harley kicked an empty paint can, sending it clattering across the floor. Everything was perfect until you ruined it. Perfect? I laughed incredulously. You stole my future. We borrowed it, he shouted back, without asking, without caring, just like you've always done, taking whatever you want because Mom taught you that you deserved it. Enough. Mom stood up, tears streaming down her face. Just enough. She turned to Harley. Is it true about the boat? His silence was answer enough. I trusted you, she whispered. I let you convince me that taking Elisa's money was the right thing to do. Mom, no. She held up her hand. I've been blind. To so many things. She turned to me, including the damage I've done to you. I felt tears pricking at my eyes but forced them back. It's a little late for that realization. I know. She picked up her purse. But maybe it's not too late to start making things right. She headed for the door, then paused. Harley, I want the boat sold by the end of the week. And Elisa? She met my eyes. I hope someday you can forgive me for failing you. After she left, Harley stood there, deflated and defeated. You've destroyed everything. No, I replied quietly. You did that yourself. I just refuse to be collateral damage anymore. He stormed out, the front door slamming behind him. The sound echoed through the empty house, marking the end of one chapter and the beginning of another. Grandma Joanna wrapped an arm around my shoulders. Well, that was quite a performance. Did I do the right thing? I asked, suddenly uncertain. The right thing isn't always the easy thing, she replied. But standing up for yourself? That's always right. Through the window, I watched Harley's boat pull away, a symbol of everything that had gone wrong in our family. But around me stood the walls of everything that could go right, a place of learning, of second chances, of dreams rebuilt from the ashes of betrayal. The morning of the education center's opening day, I stood in what used to be the master bedroom, now transformed into a computer lab. Philip was setting up the last of the workstations while Grandma Joanna arranged flowers on the front desk. First student arrives in an hour, Philip said, checking his watch. Nervous? Before I could answer, a knock at the door made us all turn. Mom stood in the doorway, holding a small package. "I wasn't sure if I should come," she said softly. "But you did," I replied, watching her take in the changes we'd made to the house. She walked slowly through the room, running her hand along one of the new desks. "It's beautiful. Nothing like what Harley planned, but better." "Have you heard from him?" I asked, though I already knew the answer from social media. He'd moved to Florida, supposedly to expand his business opportunities. "He's avoiding my calls." She set the package down. "The boat sold last week. I wanted you to have this." She pushed the package toward me. Inside was a check, for exactly the amount of my original college fund. "Mom, please," she interrupted. "I know it doesn't fix everything, but it's a start." I studied her face, seeing for the first time the toll the past months had taken. The proud, dismissive woman who had always sided with Harley was gone, replaced by someone who looked tired, real. "I can't accept this," I said, pushing the check back. "Elisa, please." "No, Mom, listen." I gestured around the room. "Look at what I built without it. Without you or Harley. I needed to know I could do that." A small group of people appeared in the doorway, our first prospective students, early for orientation. Philip quickly went to greet them while Joanna busied herself with last-minute adjustments. "Then what can I do?" Mom asked, her voice barely a whisper. "You could stay?" I surprised myself by saying. "See what your daughter actually built, instead of what your son promised to build." She nodded, wiping away tears. "I'd like that." The orientation room filled quickly. Single parents looking for better opportunities, teenagers who couldn't afford a traditional college, older adults seeking career changes. Each face told a story of dreams deferred but not abandoned. I stepped up to the podium, my prepared speech forgotten as I looked at the crowd. My mother sat in the back row, next to Grandma Joanna. Philip gave me a thumbs up from his spot by the door. "Welcome to Second Chances Education Center," I began. "This place exists because I believe everyone deserves the opportunity to pursue their dreams, regardless of their circumstances or what others think is possible." As I spoke, I saw my mother crying quietly in her seat, but for once, her tears didn't make me feel guilty or angry. They felt like recognition of what I'd achieved, of who I'd become despite everything. After the orientation, as the last students filed out with their registration packets, Mom approached me again. "What you said about second chances," she hesitated. "Does that apply to mothers too?" I thought about all the anger I'd carried, all the hurt and betrayal. But I also thought about the strength I'd found because of it. "There's an adult education class starting next week," I said finally. "Basic business accounting. Maybe you could sit in, see what it's like to build something legitimate." She smiled, a real smile, not the indulgent one she used to give me. "I'd like that." As she left, Philip and Joanna joined me at the front desk. "Well?" Philip asked. "How does it feel?" I looked around at what we'd created, not just classrooms and computers, but a space where dreams wouldn't be stolen or dismissed, where people like me could find their power. "It feels like winning," I said, "but not the way I expected." "The best victories rarely are what we expect," Joanna said, hugging me. "They're better." Through the window, I could see my mother getting into her car. She paused, looking back at the house, not with regret for what could have been, but with something that looked like pride. For the first time, I realized that maybe the best revenge wasn't about making others lose, but about showing them a better way to win. "Ready to start teaching?" Philip asked, handing me the day's schedule. I took one last look around the room, at the dreams we'd build, the lives we'd change, the future we'd shape. Ready. Sometimes the hardest lessons teach us the most important truths, that our worth isn't determined by those who dismiss us, that our dreams don't need anyone else's permission to grow, and that the best revenge is simply becoming exactly who we were meant to be.
The invitation sat on my kitchen counter like a ticking bomb. The Ross family Christmas dinner, December 25th, 6 p.m. My sister Summer's perfect cursive mocked me from the cream-colored paper. Of course, it wasn't actually addressed to me. I'd swiped it from my niece Sienna's Instagram story, where she'd proudly displayed the family gathering details. I'm Alyssa, the black sheep of the Ross family, and I haven't been officially invited to a family dinner in 3 years. Not since I chose to pursue my career in digital marketing instead of settling down with the nice accountant my mother had picked out for me. "You're making a mistake," Mom had said, her lips pressed into that familiar thin line. "David would have given you stability, a family. Instead, you're chasing some pipe dream. That pipe dream now has me running one of the most successful marketing firms in the city, but somehow that's never quite good enough for the Ross family standards." My phone buzzed. Speaking of family. "Hey, Summer," I answered, keeping my voice neutral. "Alyssa, I'm just calling because Sienna mentioned she saw you at the coffee shop yesterday. You know, you really should tell us when you're in the neighborhood." I rolled my eyes. "I live 15 minutes away, Summer, the same place I've been for the past 5 years." "Well, yes, but—" She paused, and I could practically hear her searching for the right words. "Mom was just saying the other day how she misses you." "Really? Is that why she told Aunt Carol I was lost to corporate greed at Thanksgiving?" "You heard about that." Summer's voice went up an octave. "She didn't mean—" "Save it," I cut her off. "We both know exactly what she meant, just like we both know I'm not invited to Christmas dinner." The silence on the other end was deafening. "Alyssa, it's complicated. You know how Mom gets, and after what happened with David—" "Stop." I gripped the counter, knuckles white. "Don't you dare bring him up again. You know what? I've got a meeting. Give Sienna my love." I hung up before she could respond, my hands shaking. 3 years of this, of being the family cautionary tale, of watching my perfect sister's perfect life plastered all over social media, of being discussed in whispers at family gatherings I wasn't welcome to attend. My phone buzzed again, this time with a text from my friend Olivia. "Lunch? You look like you need tacos." 20 minutes later, I was stress-eating guacamole while Olivia listened to my family drama. "So crash it," she said simply, stealing one of my chips. I nearly choked. "Crash Christmas dinner? Why not? Show up looking fabulous, bring an amazing date, and watch their jaws drop." Her eyes sparkled with mischief. "Make them regret ever excluding you." "That's insane," I said, but something stirred in my chest, a dangerous mix of hope and vindication. "Is it, though?" Olivia leaned forward. "You're successful, gorgeous, and you just landed the Harrison Blake account. Speaking of which—" My eyes widened as I caught her meaning. "No, no way." "Yes way. Harrison clearly adores you. Professionally speaking, of course. And he's exactly the kind of person your status-obsessed family would lose their minds over." She wasn't wrong. Harrison Blake, media mogul and one of the most influential people in the city, had specifically requested my firm for his latest venture. We'd developed a friendly rapport over the past few months, and he'd even joked about owing me a favor after I helped handle a potential PR crisis. "It would be inappropriate," I protested weakly. "It would be brilliant," Olivia countered. "Think about it. Your mother's been parading Summer and Jared's perfect marriage for years. Imagine her face when you walk in with Harrison Blake on your arm." The image was tempting, too tempting. I could already picture Mom's shocked expression, Summer's barely concealed envy, Dad's quiet reassessment of his wayward daughter. "You're being a bad influence," I told Olivia, but I was already pulling out my phone. "I'm being the best influence. Show them who you become, Alyssa. Make them see what they've been missing." I stared at Harrison's contact info on my screen, my finger hovering over the call button. 3 years of being the family disappointment, of having my choices questioned and my success diminished. Maybe it was time to change the narrative. If I do this, I said slowly, there's no going back. It'll either fix everything or burn every bridge I have left. Olivia reached across the table and squeezed my hand. Sometimes bridges need to burn for something better to be built in their place. I took a deep breath and pressed call. As the phone rang, I felt a smile spread across my face, the kind of smile that promised chaos and consequences. It was time to show the Ross family exactly what their black sheep could do. You want me to be your date to a family Christmas dinner? Harrison's amused voice filled my office. He was lounging in one of my client chairs, looking annoyingly perfect in his tailored suit. More like my secret weapon, I admitted, pacing behind my desk. Look, I know it's asking a lot. I'm in. I stopped mid-stride. Just like that? He grinned the same charming smile that had graced countless magazine covers. Alyssa, you turned my company's image around in 3 months. The least I can do is help you shake up your family's perception of you. It might get awkward, I warned. My family isn't exactly subtle with their disapproval. Even better, I love a good drama. He leaned forward, suddenly serious. Besides, it's about time someone showed them how remarkable you are. I felt my cheeks warm. Careful there, Mr. Blake. That almost sounded like a compliment. Statement of fact. Now, tell me what I'm walking into. Over the next hour, I briefed Harrison on the Ross family dynamics. He took notes on his phone, occasionally asking questions that made me realize just how absurd my family's behavior had been. Let me get this straight, he said finally. Your sister's husband lost half their savings in a bad investment, but they're still considered the successful ones? Welcome to the twisted logic of the Ross family. I slumped in my chair. Success isn't measured in dollars. It's measured in how well you fit their mold. Well, we're about to break that mold into pieces. Harrison's eyes gleamed with determination. What time should I pick you up on Christmas? Before I could answer, my office door burst open. Olivia rushed in, waving her phone. You need to see this. She thrust the screen in my face. It was Summer's latest Instagram post, a perfectly staged photo of her family decorating their Christmas tree. The caption read, "So blessed to have our whole family together this holiday season. Dear Ross family, share traditions. Perfect Christmas." The audacity, Olivia fumed. She knows you're not invited. I felt that familiar sting of exclusion, but this time it was overshadowed by determination. Actually, this is perfect. They won't see us coming. Harrison stood up, straightening his jacket. I'll have my driver pick you up at 5:30. Wear something that makes a statement. I have just the dress, Olivia chimed in. That red one we bought last month, the one that made that startup CEO walk into a wall. I laughed despite myself. You two are dangerous together. Speaking of dangerous, Harrison pulled out his phone. Let me make a few calls. If we're doing this, we're doing it right. Over the next week, my plan evolved from simple revenge to something more elaborate. Harrison insisted on handling certain details, the vintage wine we'd bring, the car we'd arrive in, even the photographer he'd have, coincidentally, catch us leaving his charity gala the night before. Trust me, he said during our strategy lunch. By Christmas morning, your family will have already seen us in every society page that matters. Isn't that a bit much? I asked, though I couldn't hide my smile. Not at all. The best revenge isn't just showing up. It's making them realize what they've been missing all along. As Christmas approached, my confidence grew. Every time I doubted myself, I'd get a text from Harrison or a pep talk from Olivia. Even my assistant got in on it, scheduling my appointment so I could get the full spa treatment the day before. The final piece fell into place 3 days before Christmas. I was working late when Harrison appeared in my doorway holding a small box. "Early Christmas present," he said, placing it on my desk. Inside was a delicate diamond bracelet that probably cost more than my first car. "Harrison, I can't. You can and you will. Consider it a loan for the evening?" He winked. "Besides, what's the point of having a media mogul as your date if you can't sparkle a little?" I slipped the bracelet on, watching it catch the light. "Why are you really doing this?" He was quiet for a moment. "Because 3 years ago, when everyone else passed on my rebranding proposal, you saw potential where they saw risk. You didn't care about my reputation or my connections. You cared about the work." He met my eyes. "It's time your family learned to see you the same way." I swallowed hard, touching the bracelet. "Thank you." "Don't thank me yet." His smile turned mischievous. "Wait until you see what else I have planned." As he left, I looked at my reflection in the window. The woman staring back wasn't the family disappointment anymore. She was powerful, successful, and about to turn the Ross family Christmas upside down. Let them underestimate me one last time, I thought. Christmas dinner was going to be unforgettable. "Aunt Alyssa?" Sienna's voice was barely a whisper over the phone. "Are you really coming to Christmas dinner?" I paused in the middle of painting my nails. "How did you—" "I saw the photos. You and Harrison Blake at the charity gala. They're everywhere." Her excitement was contagious. "Mom's been on the phone all morning with Grandma about it." I couldn't help but smile. "What's your mom saying?" "She's freaking out, like total meltdown. She keeps saying you're trying to overshadow her holiday dinner on purpose." Sienna lowered her voice further. "Grandma's already called 3 times to change the menu. She wants to serve that fancy wine Mr. Blake is known to like." I made a mental note to thank Harrison for his PR genius. "And how do you feel about me crashing the party?" "Are you kidding? It's going to be the first interesting Christmas dinner we've had in forever." There was a rustling sound. "Oh, wait, Mom's coming. Gotta go." The line went dead and I sat back, considering this new development. I'd expected chaos, but the pre-dinner panic was an unexpected bonus. My doorbell rang and I opened it to find Olivia holding 2 garment bags and a makeup case. "Emergency pre-Christmas glam session." "The dinner's not until tomorrow," I pointed out. "Exactly. We need a trial run." She breezed past me, laying everything out on my couch. "Besides, have you seen what's trending locally? You and Harrison are the talk of the town." She pulled up several social media posts on her phone. Sure enough, the photos from the gala were everywhere. Harrison and me laughing over champagne, dancing at the charity auction, his hand resting casually on my lower back as we left. "The timing is perfect," Olivia declared. "Now try this on." The red dress was even more stunning than I remembered. It hugged every curve without being inappropriate, the color bold enough to stand out but classic enough for a family dinner. "Your mother's going to have a heart attack," Olivia said approvingly, in the best way possible. My phone buzzed with a text from Harrison. "Your sister just tried to connect with me on LinkedIn. Should I accept?" I laughed out loud. "Desperate much, Summer?" "Oh, this is getting good." Olivia peered at my phone. "What's your mom doing to prepare for the great Harrison Blake's arrival?" "According to Sienna, she's upgrading everything. New wine, fancy menu." I stopped as another memory hit me, just like she did when David came for dinner the first time. The room went quiet. David, the perfect match my mother had chosen, the man whose proposal I turned down 3 years ago, leading to my exile from family events. "Hey," Olivia squeezed my hand, "you made the right choice. Look at you now." "I know. It's just—" I sank onto the couch. That night changed everything. The memory played out like a bad movie. David on one knee in front of my entire family, my mother's triumphant smile, Summer's eager camera ready to capture the moment, and me stepping back instead of forward, saying I can't instead of yes. You were suffocating, Olivia reminded me. David wanted you to quit your job, move to the suburbs, start having babies right away. And now I'm running my own company, making more money than he ever did, and about to show up at Christmas dinner with Harrison Blake. I stood up, straightening my shoulders. You're right, no more doubts. My phone rang again. Harrison, change of plans for tomorrow. How do you feel about making an entrance? What did you do? I may have arranged for my helicopter to land at the country club next to your parents' house around 5:45. I nearly dropped the phone. A helicopter? That's exactly what we need, Olivia cut in, grabbing the phone. Harrison, you're a genius. She'll be ready. After she hung up, I stared at her. This is getting out of hand. No, this is getting exactly where it needs to be. She started pulling out makeup brushes. Your family pushed you away because you didn't fit their narrow view of success. Tomorrow, you're going to show them what real success looks like. As she worked on my makeup, I got another text from Sienna. Grandma just ordered a new tablecloth and Mom's making Dad clean the driveway for the third time. Whatever you're planning, it's already working. I smiled at my reflection in the mirror. The woman looking back wasn't just successful, she was powerful, confident, and ready for war. Tomorrow, the Ross family would learn that their black sheep had become a force to be reckoned with. One more thing, Olivia said, holding up a pair of killer heels. These will put you exactly 2 inches taller than Summer. I slipped them on, feeling invincible. Perfect. The sound of helicopter blades cutting through the air was almost as satisfying as watching my family scramble out onto their pristine driveway. Harrison's timing was impeccable. We circled once, giving everyone a perfect view of our arrival. Ready? Harrison squeezed my hand as the helicopter descended. I nodded, heart pounding. Through the window, I could see Summer frantically smoothing her dress, while Mom clutched Dad's arm, her mouth hanging open. Several neighbors had emerged from their houses, phones raised to capture the moment. The helicopter touched down on the country club's landing pad, and Harrison helped me out, his hand steady on my lower back. The red dress caught the wind dramatically, and I silently thanked Olivia for insisting on the extra hairspray. Your sister looks like she's about to faint, Harrison whispered as we walked toward the house. He was right. Summer's perfect composure had cracked, revealing the panicked younger sister I remembered from childhood. Alyssa! Mom's voice carried across the driveway, artificially bright. What a surprise! Merry Christmas, Mom. I kissed her cheek, leaving a perfect red lipstick mark. I hope you don't mind us dropping in. Harrison stepped forward, turning on the charm that had made him famous. Mrs. Ross, thank you for having us. I've heard so much about your legendary Christmas dinners. Mom practically melted. Oh, Mr. Blake, we're honored. Please come in. As we entered the house, I caught Sienna's eye. She was trying desperately not to laugh, her phone discreetly recording everything. Behind her, her father Jared looked like he'd swallowed something sour. Alyssa? Summer's voice was strained as she air-kissed my cheek. You should have told us you were coming. We might not have enough. Oh, we brought plenty to share, Harrison interrupted smoothly, gesturing to his driver who was carrying in several bags. Some vintage wine, champagne, and a few other surprises. Dad finally found his voice. That's very generous, Mr. Blake. Please call me Harrison, and it's the least I could do. Alyssa's been instrumental in my company's success this year. The look Mom and Summer exchanged was priceless, a mixture of disbelief and dawning realization that maybe they'd underestimated me. Dinner's almost ready, Mom announced, clearly trying to regain control of the situation. Summer, help me in the kitchen? As they disappeared, Harrison turned to Dad. Mr. Ross, I'd love to hear your thoughts on the market's recent shifts. Alyssa mentioned you have quite the insight into investment trends. Dad straightened up, clearly flattered. As they moved to the living room, Sienna sidled up to me. That entrance was epic, she whispered. I've already got 10,000 views on TikTok. Sienna, Jared's sharp voice cut through our conversation. Help your mother and grandmother. I watched my niece shuffle away, noting how her shoulders slumped under her father's stern gaze. It reminded me too much of how I used to feel in this house. Everything okay? Harrison had reappeared at my side, offering me a glass of champagne. Perfect, I smiled, taking a sip, though I think Jared might be plotting your murder. Let him try. I've handled worse at board meetings. Harrison's eyes twinkled. Besides, your father just invited me to his golf club. From the kitchen came the sound of furious, whispered argument, followed by the clash of pots and pans. Summer emerged, her perfect makeup slightly smudged around the eyes. Dinner will be ready in 10 minutes, she announced tightly. Alyssa, could you help me set the table? In the dining room, Summer rounded on me. What are you playing at? Playing? I'm just joining my family for Christmas dinner. I placed a crystal glass with exaggerated care. Isn't that what you all wanted? For me to settle down with someone successful? With Harrison Blake? Please. She slammed down a plate. We all know this is just for show. He's probably paying you to... Careful, Summer. My voice was ice. You might want to check your facts before making accusations. Unlike some people's marriages, my relationships aren't based on financial arrangements. Her face went white. We both knew I was referring to her hasty wedding to Jared after his company's IPO. Everything all right in here? Harrison appeared in the doorway, his presence immediately diffusing the tension. Just perfect, I said, not breaking eye contact with Summer. We were just discussing family traditions. The doorbell rang, saving Summer from responding. Mom's voice carried from the hallway. Oh, the photographers. What a surprise. I bit back a smile, right on schedule. Harrison's PR team was nothing if not thorough. Summer's hand shook as she arranged the last place setting. You planned all of this? No, dear sister. I adjusted the diamond bracelet on my wrist. You all planned this years ago when you decided I wasn't good enough. I'm just following through. So, Harrison, Mom chirped from across the dinner table, how did you and Alyssa meet? Harrison smiled, his hand casually resting near mine. Actually, it's quite a story. I had interviewed 5 top marketing firms for my company's rebranding. All of them told me what I wanted to hear, except Alyssa. Oh? Summer's fork paused halfway to her mouth. She told me my entire approach was wrong, said my current strategy was... What was the phrase? He turned to me, eyes twinkling. Outdated and painfully out of touch, I supplied, taking a sip of wine. That's right. She turned down a multi-million-dollar contract because she didn't believe in the direction I wanted to take. Mom nearly choked on her wine. You did what? And she was absolutely right, Harrison continued. The strategy she proposed instead doubled our market value in 3 months. Dad leaned forward, suddenly interested. That's impressive, Alyssa. Why didn't you tell us? I did, I said quietly. At Easter 2 years ago, right before you all left to celebrate Summer's new pool house. An uncomfortable silence fell over the table. Jared cleared his throat. Speaking of business ventures, Harrison, I've been working on an investment opportunity that might interest you. Not now, dear, Summer cut him off sharply. The tension between them was palpable. Actually, Sienna piped up, and Alyssa was just featured in Business Weekly. I did my school report on her company's growth strategy. You did? I turned to my niece, genuinely surprised. Yeah, we had to pick a successful business leader to profile. My teacher said it was the best presentation in class. Sienna beamed. That's enough, Sienna, Summer snapped. We're not here to discuss business. Why not? Harrison challenged. Alyssa's achievements are remarkable. Did you know she was named one of the top 30 under 35 entrepreneurs last month? Mom's silverware clattered against her plate. Well, that's nice. But surely you must be thinking about settling down soon, Alyssa. Your biological clock is none of your concern, I interrupted. Just like my career choices weren't your concern when you tried to pressure me into quitting to marry David. David was a good man, Mom protested. He could have given you stability. David, I said evenly, wanted me to be a trophy wife. When I refused to quit my job, he told me no husband would want a wife more successful than him. Harrison's hand found mine under the table, squeezing gently. Well, Summer interjected, not everyone can have a whirlwind romance with a media mogul. Some of us prefer traditional relationships. Traditional? I laughed. Is that what we're calling your rushed wedding after Jared's IPO? The color drained from Summer's face. Jared's jaw clenched. Alyssa, Dad warned, but I was done holding back. No, let's talk about traditions. Like the tradition of ignoring my accomplishments because they don't fit your narrow view of success, or the tradition of excluding me from family events because I chose my career over your approved life plan. That's not fair, Mom protested. We only wanted what was best for you. Best for me? I stood up, my chair scraping back. Was it best for me when you told all our relatives I was having a breakdown because I refused David's proposal? Or when you excluded me from Dad's birthday because my lifestyle choices might upset Aunt Martha? I think, Harrison said smoothly, standing beside me, what Alyssa is trying to say is that success comes in many forms. And from where I'm standing, she's achieved something remarkable, not despite choosing her own path, but because of it. Sienna was nodding enthusiastically. That's what I wrote in my report, how Aunt Alyssa revolutionized digital marketing by challenging traditional approaches. Enough! Summer slammed her hand on the table. This dinner was perfect until you showed up to ruin it, just like you ruin everything. The room fell silent. Even Mom looked shocked at Summer's outburst. Perfect? I picked up my wine glass, swirling the red liquid slowly. Like your perfect marriage? Should we discuss the real reason Jared's been sleeping in the pool house for the past month? Summer's face went from red to white. Jared suddenly became very interested in his plate. How did you? Summer whispered. I'm in marketing, dear sister. Information is my business. I took a deliberate sip. Just like I know about the money Jared lost in that tech startup, the one he invested in against your wishes. Alyssa, Harrison murmured, a gentle warning in his voice. I caught my reflection in the window, poised, powerful, in control. This wasn't just revenge anymore. This was years of suppressed truth finally breaking free. No, I said clearly. I think it's time we all stop pretending. Don't you? The silence that followed was deafening, broken only by the soft click of Sienna's phone camera, still documenting every moment of this unraveling Christmas dinner. How dare you? Summer's voice shook. How dare you come into my home and— Your home? Jared cut in. The home you mortgaged without telling me to cover my investment losses? Mom's fork clattered to her plate. Summer, what is he talking about? Nothing. Summer stood up so quickly her wine glass toppled, spreading red across the pristine white tablecloth. This is all Alyssa's fault. She's trying to destroy everything, just like always. I'm not destroying anything, I said calmly. I'm just holding up a mirror. A mirror? Summer laughed hysterically. You show up in a helicopter with Harrison Blake, wearing diamonds that probably cost more than my car, and you talk about mirrors? At least she earned it herself, Sienna muttered. Go to your room, Summer snapped at her daughter. No. Sienna stood her ground, surprising everyone. I'm tired of pretending. We're all tired of pretending. Harrison cleared his throat. Perhaps we should. You stay out of this, Jared pointed at him. You think we don't know what this is? Some publicity stunt with my sister-in-law? Careful, Harrison's voice turned cold. That's not a road you want to go down, considering your own publicity issues. What publicity issues? Dad asked sharply. I watched Jared's face pale. He's referring to the SEC investigation that's about to be announced. Isn't that right, Jared? The room erupted. Mom was demanding explanations. Summer was crying, and Jared looked ready to leap across the table at me. Enough! Dad's voice boomed, silencing everyone. In 32 years, I'd never heard him shout. Everybody sit down, now. We all sank back into our chairs, even Harrison looking somewhat chastened. Alyssa, Dad turned to me, you came here to prove a point. Consider it proved. Summer, your sister's success isn't an attack on you. And Jared, Dad's eyes narrowed. We'll discuss the SEC matter privately. Ellis, Mom tried to interject, but Dad held up his hand. No, Monica, we've done enough damage. He looked around the table. For years we've pretended to be the perfect family. We pushed Alyssa away because she showed us what we didn't want to see, that our perfect image was just that, an image. Dad, Summer whispered, mascara streaking her cheeks. Let me finish. He turned back to me. I'm sorry, Alyssa. I'm sorry I didn't stand up for you when you turned down David. I'm sorry I let your mother's dreams overshadow your own. And I'm sorry it took you arriving in a helicopter with a media mogul for me to say this. The silence that followed was heavy with years of unspoken truths. Well, Harrison said finally, I think this calls for that special bottle I brought. He nodded to his driver, who'd been quietly standing by with an ornate wooden box. Is that? Mom's eyes widened as Harrison opened the box. A 1982 Bordeaux. I thought we could use something exceptional tonight. He started pouring. To new beginnings? To truth, I corrected, raising my glass. To family, Dad added. The real kind, not the pretend version. Summer dabbed at her eyes. Alyssa, I've been jealous of your freedom, your success, everything you've built. You could build something too, I said softly. It's not too late. Actually, Sienna piped up, Mom's been taking online business classes. I saw the certificates on her laptop. Summer shot her daughter a look that was half embarrassment, half pride. Really? I leaned forward. What kind of business? Event planning, she admitted. I've always been good at organizing things, and with Jared's situation, I thought I should have a backup plan. Summer, Mom started, but Dad cut her off. That's wonderful, sweetheart. Both my daughters, businesswomen. Harrison raised his glass again. To the Ross women, breaking molds and taking names. Speaking of taking names, Jared stood up abruptly. I should go. My lawyer's waiting for a call. No one tried to stop him as he left. Summer watched him go, then turned to me. How long have you known about the investigation? Long enough to make sure your name wasn't connected to any of his dealings, I said. I had my legal team look into it when we heard rumors. Fresh tears spilled down her cheeks. You protected me, even after everything? You're still my sister. I reached across the table and squeezed her hand, even when you're being a perfect pain in the ass. For the first time that evening, genuine laughter echoed through the dining room. As Harrison poured more wine and Sienna showed Dad how many views her videos had gotten, I caught Mom watching me with a strange expression. "What?" I asked. She shook her head slowly. "I just never realized. You didn't need saving, did you? You were the one doing the saving all along." After dinner, we migrated to the living room, the atmosphere shifting from explosive to something more tentatively peaceful. Harrison was charming Mom with stories about his latest charity projects, while Dad and Summer huddled over her laptop, looking at business course options. "Aunt Alyssa?" Sienna appeared at my elbow. "Can we talk? Outside?" The December air was crisp as we settled on the porch swing. Sienna pulled her knees up to her chest, looking younger than her 15 years. "So," she said, "those videos I posted, they've gone viral, like really viral." I checked my phone and whistled at the view count. "That's impressive." "Yeah, and I've gotten all these messages from girls saying how inspiring it is to see someone stand up to family pressure." She twisted a strand of hair nervously, which made me think about what I want to tell you. "I'm listening." "Mom and Dad, they have this whole plan for me. Pre-law at their alma mater, then law school, then joining Dad's firm." She took a deep breath. "But I want to study digital media and marketing, like you." The porch door creaked open before I could respond. Summer stood there wrapped in a cashmere shawl. "You want to study marketing?" Her voice was quiet. Sienna jumped. "Mom, I was going to tell you." "How long have you been thinking about this?" "Since I did that project on Aunt Alyssa's company." Sienna's voice grew stronger. "I'm really good at it, Mom. My TikTok analytics are better than most professionals." Summer sat down on Sienna's other side. "I know. I've seen your numbers." "You have?" "I might have been studying them for my business plan." Summer looked at me. "I thought maybe if I started an event planning company, having a strong social media presence would be important." "It would be crucial," I confirmed. "You need someone who really understands digital marketing." "Someone young, maybe, with fresh perspectives?" Summer nudged Sienna gently. Sienna's eyes lit up. "Really? You'd let me help?" "Let you?" Summer laughed. "Honey, I'd hire you, assuming your aunt doesn't steal you away first." The porch door opened again, this time revealing Harrison and Mom. "Sorry to interrupt," Harrison said, "but I couldn't help overhearing. Summer, if you're serious about starting your own business, I might know some people who could help." "Oh, we couldn't impose," Summer started. "It's not an imposition, it's networking." He winked at me. "That's how business really works, right, Alyssa?" "Right," I agreed. And speaking of networking, I turned to Sienna. "How would you like to intern at my firm next summer? Get some real experience?" "Are you serious?" Sienna squealed. "On one condition," I held up a finger. "You have to keep your grades up and you have to be honest with your parents about what you want." "I think," Mom said suddenly, "that sounds wonderful." She sat down next to Summer. "I've been doing some thinking about how much energy I've spent trying to make everyone fit into the same box." "Mom?" Summer reached for her hand. "No, let me finish. Looking at you girls tonight. Alyssa with her company, Summer planning her business, Sienna with her digital skills. I was wrong. Success doesn't look just one way." Harrison cleared his throat. "I should give you ladies some privacy." "Stay," I said, surprising myself. "You're part of this story now." He smiled, leaning against the porch railing. "Speaking of stories, Sienna, those videos you posted, my PR team is impressed. They're asking if you'd be interested in consulting on our youth engagement strategy." Sienna's jaw dropped. Summer laughed. "See? My daughter, the marketing prodigy." "Must run in the family," Harrison said, his eyes meeting mine. The moment was interrupted by Dad joining us carrying a tray of hot chocolate. Thought we could use something sweet. It's been quite a night. It's been quite a lesson, Mom corrected, about family and success, and she looked at me apologetically, letting go of control. I accepted a mug of hot chocolate, the warmth spreading through my hands. You know what's funny? I came here tonight wanting revenge, wanting to show you all what you missed out on. And instead, Harrison prompted, instead I found out what I'd been missing too, the chance to be honest, to stop proving myself and just be. Sienna pulled out her phone one last time. One more video for the family archive? We huddled together, steam rising from our mugs, Christmas lights twinkling above us. As Sienna counted down, I looked at these faces I'd spent so long trying to impress or defy, Mom finally seeing me clearly, Summer ready to forge her own path, Sienna brave enough to speak her truth. Say, Merry Christmas, Sienna directed, and there on the porch where I'd once felt so excluded, we laughed and smiled for the camera, a family redefined by truth, acceptance, and the courage to change. As midnight approached, Harrison's driver pulled up to take us home. The family gathered in the driveway, so different from the tense greeting hours earlier. You could stay, Mom offered. Your old room is still... Next time, I promised, surprising myself by meaning it. But first, I think we all need to process tonight. Summer stepped forward, hugging me tightly. Thank you, she whispered, for protecting me from Jared's mess, for seeing the truth before I could. That's what big sisters do, I said, even when they're the family disappointment. Never again, Dad said firmly. No more labels, no more expectations, just family. Sienna bounced over, phone in hand. The final video hit 1 million views, and Harrison's PR team already emailed me about that consulting gig. Speaking of which, Harrison pulled an envelope from his jacket. Sienna, this is a formal offer for a paid internship next summer, joint program between Alyssa's firm and mine. Mom started to speak, then visibly stopped herself. Instead, she smiled. That's wonderful, sweetheart. We'll review the details together. And this, Harrison produced another envelope, is for you, Summer. Some contacts to help with your event planning venture, including 3 potential clients who'd be interested in working with you. Summer's hand shook as she took the envelope. I don't know what to say. Say you'll stop trying to be perfect, I suggested. It's exhausting, trust me. Trust you? She laughed wetly. I do, finally. Dad cleared his throat. Harrison, about that golf club membership, already arranged, Harrison smiled. Though I should warn you, I'm terrible at golf. Good, Dad grinned. So am I. We can be terrible together. As everyone said their goodbyes, Mom pulled me aside. Alyssa, wait. She pressed something into my hand, a small, worn photo album. Inside was a collection of newspaper clippings and magazine articles about my career, my company's successes, every achievement I thought they'd ignored. I kept them all, Mom said softly. Even when I was too proud to admit I was wrong, I was watching. I was proud. Mom, let me finish. Tonight, watching you with Harrison, with Summer and Sienna, I realized something. You didn't need a man to complete you. You needed us to complete you, and we failed. We all failed each other, I said, but we're fixing it now. Harrison appeared at my side. Ready to go? Almost. I turned back to Mom. Christmas dinner next week, I'll host this time. You cook now, too? Summer teased. God, no, I hire amazing caterers. Another perk of being a successful businesswoman. Everyone laughed, and the sound was healing, real. In the car, Harrison loosened his tie. Mission accomplished? Not exactly as planned, I admitted. I thought revenge would feel different. Better or worse? Better, much better. I looked at the photo album in my lap. though I have to ask, was any of this real for you, or just an elaborate favor? Harrison was quiet for a moment. You know what I realized tonight, watching you with your family? That you're exactly what I've been looking for in a business partner. Partner? I'm expanding the media division, looking for someone who understands both traditional and digital spaces, someone who isn't afraid to tell me when I'm wrong. I raised an eyebrow. Are you offering me a job or a relationship? Neither. Both. Whatever you want it to be. He smiled. No expectations, no labels, just possibilities. My phone buzzed. A group text from Summer. Family brunch tomorrow. Mom's making her famous waffles. Harrison's invited too, obviously. Another text followed from Sienna. Bring your marketing brain. Mom and I need help with our business plan. Also, that video of Harrison telling off Dad's snobby golf friends is trending. And finally, from Mom, thank you for coming home, for helping us see what really matters. Love you, sweetheart. I showed the messages to Harrison. Still want to get involved with this chaos? Absolutely. He took my hand. Though next time, maybe we skip the helicopter. Deal. I squeezed his hand, feeling the last pieces of my old anger and hurt dissolve. You know what's funny? I came to this dinner planning to show them how much I didn't need their approval. And instead I found out we all needed each other, just not in the way we thought. The car turned onto my street as fresh snow began to fall. In my pocket, the diamond bracelet Harrison had loaned me felt warm against my wrist, but it wasn't the diamonds that made me feel valuable anymore. It was the truth we'd uncovered, the bridges we'd rebuilt, and the future we'd started to create, together, imperfect, real. Merry Christmas, Alyssa, Harrison said softly. Merry Christmas, I replied finally, truly meaning it.
I still remember the exact moment I thought I had everything figured out. Standing in our kitchen on a Tuesday evening, admiring how the diamond on my finger caught the light while Greg chopped vegetables for dinner. 3 carats, emerald cut, white gold band. The ring I'd once casually pointed out in a jewelry store window 18 months ago. What's that smile about? Greg asked, knife pausing mid-slice through a red pepper. Just thinking about how in 6 months, I'll be Mrs. Harvey. The words felt both thrilling and strange in my mouth. Chelsea Harvey. After 29 years as Chelsea Winters, I was ready for the change. Greg set down his knife and crossed the kitchen, wrapping his arms around my waist from behind. His cologne, the expensive one I'd given him for Christmas, enveloped me as he pressed his lips to my neck. 6 months is too long, he murmured. I'd marry you tomorrow if we could. I leaned back against his chest, savoring the warmth. Your mother would never forgive us if we eloped. True, Margaret Harvey expects nothing less than the society wedding of the season. He chuckled, returning to his chopping. Speaking of which, did you finalize that appointment with the florist? Thursday at 2, and the cake tasting is next Tuesday. I pulled up the wedding planning spreadsheet on my tablet, color-coded, meticulously organized, everything in its place. Oh, and Liz wants to know if we've decided on the final guest count for the invitations. Something flickered across Greg's face, so brief I almost missed it. Tension around his eyes, a slight tightening of his jaw. About that, he said, focusing intently on the vegetables. I was thinking we should keep it under 200. 200? I laughed. Greg, your mother's list alone has nearly that many. Add my family, our friends. We'll trim it down. His tone was sharper than usual. It's getting out of hand. I set down my tablet, studying him. Is everything okay? You seem tense. Just work stuff. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. The Richardson merger is a nightmare. Before I could press further, his phone buzzed. Greg wiped his hands and checked the screen, his body language shifting instantly. "I need to take this," he said, already walking toward our bedroom. "It's Roland about the merger." I nodded, used to these interruptions. As a junior partner at his law firm, Greg was always on call, but something about his retreating back made my stomach tighten. The bedroom door closed. I stood alone in our kitchen, surrounded by half-chopped vegetables and silence. I wasn't proud of what I did next. I moved closer to the bedroom door, telling myself I just needed to know if I should continue dinner prep or if we'd be ordering in. But the truth was simpler. Something felt off. Greg's voice came through muffled but audible. "Can't talk about this now. She's right outside." A pause. "No, she doesn't suspect anything. Just stick to the plan." My heart stuttered. "Plan? What plan?" "It's all set for June 15th. Yes, at the Westbrook." Another pause. "Look, I've gotta go. I'll call you tomorrow." June 15th, our wedding date, at the Westbrook Hotel where we'd booked the ballroom 11 months ago. I hurried back to the counter before Greg emerged, pretending to study the tablet. My hands trembled slightly. "Sorry about that," he said, returning to the cutting board. "Roland's panicking about the presentation tomorrow." I nodded, not trusting my voice. Greg resumed chopping, humming under his breath like nothing had happened. That night, lying beside him in bed, I stared at the ceiling while his breathing deepened into sleep. I told myself I was being paranoid. Greg loved me. We were getting married in 6 months. Whatever that call was about, it had a reasonable explanation. But at 2:17 a.m., with Greg snoring softly beside me, I found myself scrolling through his recent texts with Roland. Nothing suspicious, just work talk and plans for a golf game next weekend. I was about to put his phone down when a text from Paisley appeared. Paisley Whitney, Greg's childhood friend. The gorgeous brunette who always hugged him a beat too long at parties. The woman who, despite my best efforts, made me feel like an outsider in conversations peppered with inside jokes and shared memories. Confirmed the thing we discussed. All good for the 15th. She'll never know. My finger hovered over the message. Opening it would mark it as read. Greg would know I'd snooped. I set the phone down, heart racing. She'll never know. The words echoed in my head as I stared at the ceiling, the diamond on my finger suddenly feeling heavy and cold. The next morning, I kissed Greg goodbye as he left for work, smiling like nothing was wrong, like I hadn't lain awake all night, like I wasn't planning to take a sick day and drive to Paisley's boutique downtown. "I love you," he said at the door, straightening his tie. "Love you too," I replied automatically. As his car pulled away, I leaned against the doorframe, wondering if either of us had meant it. I didn't go to Paisley's boutique. At the last minute, standing in our foyer with car keys in hand, I realized confronting her would only give her a chance to lie. Instead, I drove to my office, called in sick, then sat in the parking lot staring at my phone. The text from Paisley kept replaying in my mind. "She'll never know." 3 words that cracked the foundation of everything I thought was solid. I opened my laptop and logged into our shared email account, the one we'd created for wedding planning. My hands were steady now, my mind clear with purpose. If there was something to find, I'd find it. Most of the emails were exactly what you'd expect. Confirmations from vendors, questions about menu options, seating chart drafts. Nothing suspicious. Until I found it. An email from the Westbrook Hotel's event coordinator, dated 3 weeks ago. "Dear Mr. Harvey, thank you for your updated guest list for the June 15th celebration. We've noted the changes and will adjust the seating chart accordingly. Please confirm the final head count by May 1st. I clicked on the attachment. A spreadsheet opened, listing names in alphabetical order. 212 guests. I scrolled through, recognizing Greg's family members, colleagues from his firm, college friends. Paisley's name was there, of course. Roland's, too. My finger froze on the scroll wheel. My name wasn't on the list. Not just missing from the list. My parents weren't there either. Not Liz. Not a single person from my side. I checked again, scrolling more slowly. Nothing. No one connected to me appeared anywhere on the guest list for my own wedding. My phone buzzed with a text from Greg. "How are you feeling? Need me to bring home soup?" I stared at his message, this casual act of caring from a man who'd apparently planned a wedding without me. "I'm fine," I typed back. "Just a headache." 3 dots appeared as he typed his response. "Take it easy. Love you." I set the phone down without replying. By noon, I'd gone through every email in the account. There were dozens of communications about the wedding that Greg had never mentioned. Details he'd finalized without consulting me. Decisions made as if my opinion didn't matter, or as if I wouldn't be there. I called Liz. "Hey, Sickie," she answered. "Shouldn't you be in bed watching trashy TV?" "I need to ask you something," I said, my voice surprisingly calm. "Has Greg talked to you about the wedding lately?" "Not really. Why?" "He hasn't mentioned any changes to the date or anything?" A pause. "Chelsea, what's going on?" "I don't know yet." I took a deep breath. "But I need a favor. Can you call the Westbrook and ask about an event on June 15th? Just say you're confirming details for the Harvey celebration." "Okay, but please, Liz, don't use my name. Just ask what kind of event it is." 20 minutes later, my phone rang. "So I called," Liz said without preamble. The woman at the Westbrook was super helpful. The Harvey event on June 15th is a corporate celebration for the law firm's merger with Richardson Group. The car suddenly felt too small. I rolled down the window, gulping air. "Chelsea, you still there?" "It's not a wedding," I whispered. "No, definitely not." She said it's been planned as a corporate event from the beginning. Booked 8 months ago. 8 months ago, when Greg and I were already engaged, when we were supposedly looking at wedding venues together. "There's more," Liz continued, her voice gentle. "I asked if there was any other event for Greg Harvey at the hotel this year. She checked and said no." The world tilted sideways. "He's not planning to marry me." "Maybe there's an explanation," Liz offered, but her tone betrayed her doubt. "Maybe he's planning a surprise? A surprise wedding where I'm not on the guest list?" My laugh sounded hollow even to my own ears. "Where my family isn't invited?" "Come over," Liz said. "You shouldn't be alone right now." "I need to think." After hanging up, I sat motionless, watching people come and go from the office building. Normal people having normal days. People whose fiancés weren't planning elaborate celebrations without them. My phone rang again. Roland's name flashed on the screen. I answered without thinking. "Chelsea, hey, is Greg with you?" Roland sounded rushed. "No, I'm not feeling well. I stayed home." Damn, he's not answering his phone, and we need to finalize some details for the 15th. The caterer needs a decision on the champagne for the toast. My heart pounded. The toast? Yeah, when Greg announces the merger, it's his big moment. First major deal as partner. He wants everything perfect. "Of course," I managed. His big moment. "Sorry to bother you with this. I know you're not involved in the planning. Greg wanted to keep you out of it so you wouldn't have to deal with the stress." How considerate. "Actually, Roland," I said, surprising myself with how steady my voice sounded, "I've been helping with some details. Remind me, what's the dress code again?" "Black tie, obviously. Greg's been obsessing over it for months. Says it's the most important night of his life. The most important night of his life. Not our wedding day, a corporate party." "Thanks, Roland. I'll tell him you called." I hung up and started the car. As I pulled out of the parking lot, My engagement ring caught the sunlight, sending prisms dancing across the dashboard. By the time I reached our apartment, I knew exactly what I needed to do next. Our apartment felt different when I returned, smaller, filled with lies. I moved through the rooms like a detective, seeing everything with new eyes. The framed photo of us in Cabo, Greg's arm around my waist, my face turned up to his in adoration. The wedding magazines stacked neatly on the coffee table, the save-the-date sample cards we'd been discussing just last week, props, all of it. I sat on our bed, the bed where we'd made love 2 nights ago, where he'd whispered plans for our future, and tried to make sense of it all. Why maintain this elaborate charade? Why propose, plan a fake wedding, build a life with me if he didn't want to marry me? The engagement ring felt like it was burning my finger. I twisted it off and held it up to the light. 3 carats of empty promises. My phone buzzed with a text from Greg. Meeting running late. Home by 7. Love you. I didn't respond. Instead, I opened my laptop and began searching through our photos from the past year. There were hundreds. Dinners, vacations, parties with friends. I studied Greg's face in each one, looking for signs I'd missed. Had he been faking it all along? Was anything real? In one photo from New Year's Eve, I noticed something I hadn't before. While I beamed at the camera, Greg was looking slightly to the side, at Paisley, who stood just out of frame in the next photo. I closed the laptop and did what I should have done hours ago. I called my mother. "Chelsea, what a nice surprise," she answered, her voice instantly soothing. "Mom, My voice cracked. I hadn't realized how close to breaking I was until I heard her voice. "What's wrong, sweetheart?" The whole story spilled out. The mysterious text, the guest list without my name, Roland's call about the corporate party. With each detail, my mother's silence grew heavier. "I don't understand why he would do this," I finished, wiping tears from my cheeks. "Oh, honey." Her voice was gentle but firm. "You need to confront him. What if I'm wrong? What if there's an explanation? Then you'll hear it from him. But Chelsea, trust your instincts. They've always been good." After we hung up, I wandered into the kitchen and opened the refrigerator, staring blankly at its contents. On the top shelf sat a bottle of champagne, the expensive kind Greg liked. Saved for a special occasion, he'd said. Like celebrating a successful merger, perhaps. I grabbed the bottle and a glass, then settled on the couch. One glass turned into 2 as I waited, rehearsing what I would say when he walked through the door. At 6:45, my phone rang. "Liz, I did something," she said without greeting. "Don't be mad." My stomach dropped. "What did you do?" I called Krista Burns, our mutual friend who worked at Greg's law firm. "Why would you?" "Because she knows things, Chelsea. She's at the firm every day. She hears things." I set down my glass. "And?" "She's coming over to my place now. You should too." 20 minutes later, I was sitting in Liz's living room, facing Krista. Her expression was a mixture of pity and discomfort that made my skin crawl. "Just tell me," I said. Krista twisted her hands in her lap. "I didn't know how to tell you this. I thought maybe it wasn't my place." "Tell me what?" "The merger celebration is real," she said slowly. "But there's more to it. Greg's been seeing someone at the firm, Meredith, from corporate accounts." The room tilted slightly. "Seeing someone, you mean?" "They've been together for about 4 months. Everyone at the office knows." 4 months, while he was planning our wedding, while he was sleeping in our bed. "There's a rumor," Krista continued, her voice dropping, "that he's going to announce their engagement at the party, after the merger announcement." The champagne churned in my stomach. "He's going to propose to someone else at the party he told me was our wedding date." Liz moved to sit beside me, her arm around my shoulders. "I'm so sorry, Chelsea." "Does everyone know?" I asked, my voice small. About me, I mean. Do they all know I'm being played for a fool? Krista looked away. Not everyone, but some people, yes. The humiliation burned worse than the betrayal. Strangers pitying me, laughing behind my back while I picked out flower arrangements and cake flavors. I need to go, I said suddenly, standing up. You can't confront him like this, Liz said, grabbing my arm. You're upset. You've been drinking. I'm not going to confront him. A strange calm settled over me. Not yet. Back in my car, I sat for a long moment before starting the engine. The engagement ring sat heavy in my pocket where I'd stuffed it earlier. 3 carats, emerald cut, white gold band. I drove to a small jewelry store downtown, one I knew stayed open late. The elderly appraiser examined the ring carefully, turning it under a special light. Beautiful piece, he said. May I ask why you're selling? It doesn't fit anymore, I replied. He named a price, less than I'd hoped, more than I'd feared. Enough. I'll take it, I said. Walking out with a check instead of a ring, I felt lighter, the first step toward something, though I wasn't sure what yet. My phone buzzed with a text from Greg. Just got home. Where are you? I typed back. With Liz, girl stuff. Don't wait up. Then I called Paisley. Chelsea? She sounded surprised. Is everything okay? Actually, no, I said, my voice steady. We need to talk. Tomorrow, about Greg. There was a long pause before she answered. I think you're right. It's time. I didn't go home that night. I couldn't face sleeping next to Greg, pretending everything was normal while my insides twisted with betrayal. Instead, I crashed on Liz's couch, staring at the ceiling until dawn broke through the blinds. You look like hell, Liz said, handing me coffee in her chipped girl boss mug. Thanks. I took a sip, wincing at the strength. Liz always made coffee that could strip paint. What's the plan with Paisley? I checked my phone. 3 missed calls from Greg, 6 texts ranging from concerned to irritated. Nothing from Paisley yet. I'm meeting her at Blackbird Cafe at 10. I set down the mug. I need to know how deep this goes, how long she's known. And then what? Liz perched on the arm of the couch. You confront Greg? I shook my head. Not yet. I need more information first. Information for what? The question hung between us. What exactly was I planning? To catch Greg in the act? To publicly humiliate him the way he'd humiliated me? I don't know, I admitted, but I'm done being the clueless fiancé. At 9:55, I walked into Blackbird Cafe. The familiar scent of coffee and pastries turned my stomach. Greg and I had spent countless Sunday mornings here, planning our future over croissants and lattes. Paisley was already seated in a corner booth, fidgeting with a sugar packet. She looked up when I approached, her expression guarded. Thanks for meeting me, I said, sliding into the seat across from her. I ordered you a vanilla latte, she said, pushing a steaming mug toward me. My usual order. Of course she knew it. How long have you known? I asked, skipping the small talk. Paisley's eyes dropped to the table. Known what? That Greg's been cheating on me, that our wedding is a sham, that he's planning to propose to someone else. Her head snapped up. Propose? To who? Meredith from his office. Paisley's face went through a series of emotions. Shock, confusion, then something like anger. That's not what he told me. What did he tell you? She hesitated, twisting the sugar packet until it burst, white granules spilling across the dark table. That he was having doubts about marrying you, that he needed time. The party at the Westbrook was supposed to be a celebration of the merger, yes, but also a way to buy time while he figured things out. By lying to me? By letting me continue planning a wedding that was never going to happen? He said he didn't want to hurt you. Her voice was small. He cares about you, Chelsea. He just, don't. My voice cut through the cafe, sharper than I intended. A few heads turned our way. I lowered my voice. Don't tell me he cares about me. Men who care don't do this. Paisley looked genuinely distressed. I swear I didn't know about Meredith or any proposal plans. I studied her face, searching for deception. Either she was telling the truth or she was an exceptional actress. What was the text about? The one saying, "She'll never know"? Paisley flushed. The party? He didn't want you to know it wasn't really your wedding date. He was going to suggest postponing a few weeks before, claim a work emergency. And you helped him with this plan? I told him it was wrong, she said quickly. I told him to be honest with you. But you still helped him. The betrayal stung fresh. Paisley had been in our lives for years. I'd invited her into my home, shared meals with her, trusted her. I've known Greg since we were kids, she said, as if that explained everything. But I never wanted to see you hurt. Yet, here we are. Paisley reached across the table, her fingers stopping just short of mine. What are you going to do? I haven't decided yet. I took a sip of the latte she'd ordered me. It tasted like cardboard. But I need to know everything. When did this start? The doubts, the cheating, all of it. Paisley's story unfolded between sips of cooling coffee. Greg's cold feet had started months ago, around Christmas. The Meredith affair was news to Paisley, but she wasn't entirely surprised. There had been rumors about Greg's wandering eye long before he met me, rumors Paisley had dismissed as jealousy from others. There's something else, she said finally, something I probably should have told you a long time ago. My stomach clenched. What? Greg and we were together once, years ago before he met you. It didn't work out, but you still have feelings for him. The pieces clicked into place. Paisley's lingering hugs, her constant presence, the way she always managed to be included in our plans. She didn't deny it. It doesn't matter how I feel. He chose you. Did he? I laughed bitterly, because it seems like he's choosing Meredith now. As I walked out of the cafe, my phone buzzed with a text from Greg. Where are you? I'm worried. Please come home so we can talk. Home. The word felt hollow now. Instead of responding, I called Roland. Chelsea? He sounded surprised. Everything okay? Actually, I need a favor. It's about the party at the Westbrook. What about it? I want to help with the planning. It's important to Greg, which means it's important to me. There was a pause. Are you sure? Greg was pretty clear about keeping you out of it. I'm sure. My voice was steady. I want to surprise him. After hanging up, I stood on the sidewalk, watching people rush past. Normal people with normal lives. People who weren't plotting. Whatever it was, I was plotting. My phone buzzed again. A text from Liz. How did it go with Paisley? I typed back. I need your help with something. Something that might be a little crazy. Her response was immediate. I'm in. I finally went home that afternoon. The apartment was empty. Greg had left a note saying he had meetings all day. Perfect. I needed space to think, to plan. I sat cross-legged on our bed, laptop open, staring at the email Roland had forwarded, the complete planning details for the Westbrook event. Everything from the menu, filet mignon, Greg's favorite, to the seating chart, Meredith at the head table, right beside Greg, to the minute-by-minute schedule. 9:45 p.m., GH speech, plus special announcement. The special announcement made my stomach clench. I now knew exactly what it was. My phone buzzed with a text from Liz. Operation Karma is a go. What's next? I smiled despite everything. Liz had been my rock through this nightmare, ready to help me without question. I typed back, working on it. Meet me at your place at 7? As I closed my laptop, something caught my eye. The framed photo on our nightstand. Greg and me in Aspen last winter, snowflakes catching in my hair as he kissed my cheek. We looked happy. We had been happy, hadn't we? I picked up the frame, studying Greg's face. Had he been faking it even then? Had any of it been real? The sound of keys in the door jolted me back to reality. I shoved the laptop under the covers just as Greg walked into the bedroom. There you are. Relief washed over his face. I've been worried sick. Sorry, I said, forcing a smile. Girl emergency. Liz was having a crisis. He sat beside me on the bed, taking my hands in his. His touch, once comforting, now made my skin crawl. You could have called, he said, his thumb brushing over my knuckles. Then he frowned. Where's your ring? I'd forgotten about the ring. The ring I'd sold yesterday. I took it to be cleaned, I lied smoothly. It was looking a little dull. Greg nodded, seemingly satisfied. I missed you last night. I missed you too. The words tasted like ash. He leaned in to kiss me, and I let him, fighting the urge to pull away. His lips moved to my neck, his intentions clear. I can't, I said, pulling back. I'm not feeling well. That's part of why I stayed at Liz's. Concern creased his brow. What's wrong? Just a stomach ache. At least that wasn't a lie. My stomach had been in knots for days. Poor baby. He kissed my forehead. Get some rest. I need to head back to the office anyway. Big presentation tomorrow. After he left, I showered, scrubbing at my skin as if I could wash away his touch. Then I packed an overnight bag and headed to Liz's. She opened the door with a glass of wine in hand. You look like you need this more than I do. I took the glass and drained half of it in one gulp. That bad, huh? She led me to her living room, where Krista sat surrounded by papers. I've got everything you asked for, Krista said, handing me a folder. Guest list, schedule, security details. I flipped through the pages, my resolve strengthening with each detail. This is perfect. Chelsea, Krista said hesitantly. Are you sure about this? It's not too late to just confront him privately. And let him spin more lies? I shook my head. He needs to face what he's done, publicly, the way he was planning to humiliate me publicly. I get that, but he's been living a double life, Krista, sleeping with Meredith while planning a wedding with me, letting me believe in a future that was never going to happen. My voice cracked. Do you know what that feels like? To realize your entire relationship was a lie? Krista looked away. No, I don't. I'm not just doing this for revenge, I continued, softer now. I'm doing it because he shouldn't get to walk away from this unscathed. He shouldn't get to be the good guy who everyone congratulates on his new engagement while I'm left picking up the pieces. Liz squeezed my shoulder. We're with you, whatever you need. We spent the next hour finalizing our plan. It was simple but effective. I would attend the party uninvited, wait for Greg's big announcement, and then make one of my own. What about after? Krista asked. Have you thought about that part? I hadn't. In my mind, the plan ended with Greg's public humiliation. I hadn't considered the aftermath, where I would go, what I would do. I'll figure it out, I said, but uncertainty crept in. Was I really ready to blow up my entire life? As if reading my thoughts, Liz said, You can stay with me as long as you need. We'll get through this together. My phone buzzed with a text from Greg. Working late, don't wait up, love you. The casual love you made me want to scream. How many times had he sent the same text to Meredith? As I stared at the message, another text came through from Paisley. We need to talk again. There's something you should know before you do anything. I showed the text to Liz. What do you think? Could be a trap, she said. Maybe Greg suspects something and put her up to it. Or maybe she knows something important. I typed back to Paisley. When and where? Her response was immediate. Now, the park bench near the fountain. I grabbed my jacket. I have to go. Want me to come with you? Liz asked. No, I need to do this alone. The park was quiet at this hour, just a few joggers and dog walkers. Paisley sat alone on the bench, her face pale in the fading light. Thank you for coming, she said as I sat beside her. What's this about, Paisley? She took a deep breath. I lied to you earlier, about Greg and me. It wasn't years ago. We were together 6 months ago. The world tilted sideways. 6 months ago? We were already engaged then. Paisley nodded, tears welling in her eyes. It was just once. He said he was confused, having doubts. And Meredith? Started after me, as far as I know. She wiped at her eyes. I'm so sorry, Chelsea. I should have told you sooner. I sat in stunned silence, absorbing this new betrayal. Not just one affair, but 2, maybe more. Why are you telling me this now? I finally asked. Because whatever you're planning, you should know exactly who you're dealing with. Paisley met my eyes. And because I want to help. Help how? I asked Paisley, unable to keep the skepticism from my voice. You've been lying to me for months. Why should I trust you now? She flinched but held my gaze. Because I know things about Greg that could help you, and because I'm tired of being part of his games. The evening air felt suddenly colder. A jogger passed us, breath fogging in the twilight. What kind of things? Evidence, Paisley said. Texts, emails, things he said when he thought no one was keeping score. She pulled out her phone, scrolling to a conversation. Like this. I took the phone, my hand surprisingly steady. The texts were dated 3 weeks ago. Greg, Chelsea's talking about cake flavors again. Kill me. Paisley, just tell her the truth already, Greg. Not yet. Need to wait until after the merger announcement. Too much riding on this. Paisley, it's cruel to keep stringing her along, Greg. It's temporary. I'll break it off after the 15th. Clean slate with Meredith. I handed the phone back, a strange calm settling over me. You have more of these? Paisley nodded. Lots. He's been planning this for months, breaking up with you right after the party. He just didn't want the drama to interfere with his big moment. And Meredith knows about me? Yes. Greg told her you were already broken up, just living together until you found a new place. Paisley's voice softened. I'm sorry, Chelsea. I should have said something sooner. Why didn't you? She looked away. Because I'm a coward. Because part of me still hoped. She trailed off. That he'd choose you instead. I finished for her. Paisley nodded, tears spilling down her cheeks. Pathetic, right? Even knowing what kind of man he really is. I should have hated her. She'd betrayed me almost as much as Greg had. But looking at her tear-streaked face, I felt an unexpected kinship. We were both victims of the same man's manipulation. What are you planning to do? She asked. I hesitated. Could I trust her, or was this another trap? I'm going to the party, I said finally. Beyond that, I'm still figuring things out. Let me help, she said, wiping her tears. Whatever you're planning, I want in. Why would you do that? Because he deserves it, and because maybe it'll help me finally get over him. I studied her face, searching for deception. Finding none, I nodded. Come to Liz's tomorrow at noon. We'll talk then. Back at Liz's apartment, I found her and Krista still strategizing. They looked up when I entered. What did Paisley want? Liz asked. I told them everything, the affair with Greg, the texts, her offer to help. You can't trust her, Liz said immediately. This could be a setup. I saw the texts, I countered. They were real. She could have faked them, Krista suggested. Or maybe Greg knows you're onto him, and they're working together to find out what you know. The possibility hadn't occurred to me. You think Greg suspects something? You've been acting different, Krista pointed out. Staying away from home, not wearing your ring. He'd have to be completely oblivious not to notice. My phone buzzed with a text from Greg. Are you coming home tonight? We need to talk. My heart raced. Had I been too obvious? Had he somehow discovered my plan? What do? I showed them the text. Go home, Liz said after a moment. Act normal. If he suspects something, you need to throw him off the scent. I don't know if I can face him without falling apart. You can, Krista said firmly. You're stronger than you think. An hour later, I walked into our apartment. Greg sat on the couch, a glass of scotch in hand. He looked up when I entered, his expression unreadable. Hey, I said, aiming for casual. Sorry I'm late. Liz needed help with some work stuff. Sit down, he said, patting the spot beside him. We need to talk. I sat, leaving space between us, my heart hammering. What's up? I've been thinking about us, he began, swirling the amber liquid in his glass. About the wedding. This was it. He was going to end it. All my plans for the party would be for nothing. What about it? I managed to ask. I think we should postpone. Not cancel. Postpone. He was still playing the game. Postpone? I repeated, trying to sound surprised rather than furious. Just for a few months, he said, reaching for my hand. I let him take it, fighting the urge to pull away. With the merger happening, work is insane right now. I can't give our wedding the attention it deserves. I nodded slowly, as if considering his words. I see. You're not upset? I forced a smile. Of course I'm disappointed, but I want our day to be perfect. If that means waiting, then we wait. Relief washed over his face. He hadn't expected it to be this easy. You're amazing, he said, leaning in to kiss me. Most women would be freaking out. I kissed him back, tasting the scotch on his lips, imagining they were Meredith's just hours earlier. I'm not most women. No, you're not. He smiled, pulling me closer. That's why I love you. The lie hung between us, almost tangible in its audacity. Later, lying beside him in bed, listening to his steady breathing, I made my final decision. No more doubts, no more hesitation. Greg had made his choice, and now I was making mine. I slipped out of bed and texted Liz, I'm all in. Let's make him regret the day he ever thought he could play me. Then I texted Paisley, noon tomorrow, bring everything you have. The party was 3 days away, just enough time to ensure it would be a night Greg Harvey would never forget. The Westbrook Hotel's grand ballroom glittered with crystal chandeliers and success. Men in tuxedos and women in cocktail dresses mingled, champagne flutes catching the light as they clinked in celebration. From my position near the service entrance, I could see everything, including Greg at the center of it all, Meredith by his side in a red dress that probably cost more than my monthly salary. Are you sure about this? Liz whispered beside me, adjusting the lapel of her borrowed catering uniform. We'd slipped in with the staff thanks to Krista's connection with the event coordinator. I've never been more sure of anything, I said, though my hands trembled slightly as I straightened my own uniform. The past 3 days had been a blur of planning and pretending, playing the understanding fiancé while secretly preparing for tonight. Greg had been so wrapped up in the merger that he barely noticed my distraction, my frequent absences. The missing engagement ring I claimed was still being cleaned. There's Paisley. Liz nodded toward the bar where Paisley stood in a sleek black dress, looking nervous but determined. She caught my eye and gave an almost imperceptible nod. Everything was set. It's almost time, I said, checking my watch. 9:30. 15 minutes until Greg's speech and his special announcement. Liz squeezed my arm. You don't have to go through with this. We could leave right now, and you could confront him privately tomorrow. For a moment, I wavered. Was I really going to do this? Publicly expose Greg and humiliate not just him, but myself? Everyone would know I'd been played for a fool. Then I saw him laugh at something Meredith said, his hand resting possessively on her lower back, the same way it had rested on mine countless times. The same practiced gesture, the same practiced smile. No, I said firmly, he doesn't get to walk away from this clean. At 9:40, Roland tapped a knife against his glass, calling for attention. The crowd quieted as he introduced Greg, applauding as my fiancé, no, my ex-fiancé, took the small stage at the front of the room. Thank you all for coming tonight, Greg began, his voice confident, practiced. This merger represents not just a business achievement, but a personal one as well. I moved closer, weaving through the crowd, Liz right behind me. Paisley caught my eye from across the room and began moving toward the stage from the opposite direction. As many of you know, the past year has been transformative for me, Greg continued, and tonight I want to share something special with all of you. My heart pounded so loudly I was sure everyone could hear it. This was it. Before I do that, I want to thank someone who's been instrumental in making this merger happen. Greg smiled, turning slightly. Meredith, would you join me up here? Meredith looked surprised, but pleased as she made her way to the stage. The crowd murmured appreciatively. She was beautiful, I had to admit. Tall, elegant, confident. Meredith joined our firm just 8 months ago, but in that time, she's become indispensable, Greg said, taking her hand, both professionally and personally. A knowing chuckle rippled through the crowd. This wasn't news to them. They'd all been in on it. I stepped forward, my catering uniform allowing me to move through the crowd unnoticed. 20 feet from the stage now. 15. In fact, Greg continued, reaching into his pocket, I can't imagine my future without her. The crowd gasped as he pulled out a small velvet box. Meredith's hand flew to her mouth in what looked like genuine surprise. 10 feet from the stage. Meredith, Greg said, dropping to one knee. Will you? Interesting proposal, Greg, I said loudly, stepping into the open space before the stage. Especially considering you're already engaged. The room went silent. Every head turned toward me. Greg froze, still on one knee, the ring box open in his hand. His face drained of color as he recognized me. Chelsea, his voice cracked. What are you doing here? I came to celebrate, I said, my voice surprisingly steady. Your merger, your engagement, your extraordinary talent for living a double life. Meredith looked from Greg to me, confusion giving way to understanding. You're Chelsea, his ex-fiancé? Ex? I raised my eyebrows. That's news to me. As of this morning, we were still very much engaged, still sharing an apartment, still planning our wedding. I turned to the crowd. Or at least, I was planning a wedding. Greg was planning this. Murmurs swept through the room. Greg stood, closing the ring box, his expression hardening. This isn't the place, Chelsea. No. I stepped closer to the stage. Funny, you seemed perfectly comfortable making your announcement here, in front of all these people, on what was supposed to be our wedding date. Gasps and whispers now. Meredith stepped back from Greg, her face a mask of humiliation. You told me you broke up months ago, she said to Greg, her voice tight with anger. He told me we were postponing the wedding because of work stress, I countered. Turns out he's been lying to both of us. Greg's face flushed with anger. That's enough, Chelsea. You're making a scene. A scene? I laughed, the sound brittle even to my own ears. You haven't seen a scene yet. I nodded to Paisley, who stepped forward from the other side of the room. Greg's been playing us all. she said, her voice carrying across the now silent ballroom. He was with me 6 months ago, while engaged to Chelsea. Then he moved on to Meredith, while still planning a wedding with Chelsea. Roland stepped forward, confusion on his face. Greg, what the hell is going on? Greg's composure cracked. This is ridiculous. You're all overreacting. I was going to end things with Chelsea after tonight. I just didn't want to deal with the drama before the merger. The drama, I repeated, my voice ice cold. That's what our 3-year relationship was to you? Drama to be managed? I turned to face the crowd, making eye contact with as many people as I could. I came here tonight not just to expose Greg, but to reclaim my dignity. I wanted you all to know that I wasn't some pathetic, clueless girlfriend. I knew, and I refused to let him control the narrative any longer. The room was utterly silent now, all eyes on me. So congratulations on your merger, Greg, and good luck with your next engagement. I'm sure it will be as meaningful and honest as ours was. With that, I turned and walked toward the exit, head high, heart pounding. Behind me, I heard the eruption of voices, Meredith's angry accusations, Greg's desperate attempts to explain. I didn't look back. The night air hit my face as I pushed through the hotel's revolving doors, cool and clarifying after the stifling tension of the ballroom. My legs carried me across the marble-floored lobby and out to the fountain plaza, where water danced and sparkled under carefully positioned lights. I sat on the fountain's edge, suddenly aware of my racing heart, the adrenaline coursing through my veins. I'd done it. After days of planning, of pretending, of swallowing my rage, I'd finally exposed Greg for what he was. So why didn't I feel better? Chelsea! I looked up to see Liz hurrying toward me, still in her catering uniform, concern etched across her face. Are you okay? She asked, sitting beside me. I don't know, I admitted. I thought I'd feel triumphant. Instead, I just feel empty. You were amazing in there, she said. You should have seen Greg's face after you left. Meredith threw the ring at him and stormed out. Half the room followed her. The other half just stood there staring at him like he'd grown a second head. I should have felt satisfaction at that image. Instead, I felt a strange pang of sympathy. Not for Greg, never for Greg, but for the life I'd thought we had. The future I'd planned. All of it gone, exposed as a mirage. What happens now? I asked, more to myself than to Liz. Before she could answer, the hotel doors opened again. Paisley emerged, followed by Roland and Krista. They spotted us and walked over. That was quite a show, Roland said, loosening his tie. I had no idea, Chelsea. None of us did. I think some of you did, I said, not unkindly. You just looked the other way. He had the grace to look ashamed. Maybe. I'm sorry. Paisley sat on my other side. Greg's still in there, trying to salvage what's left of his reputation. It's not going well. Good, Liz said firmly. Is it, though? I looked at each of them. Will humiliating Greg change anything? Will it undo what he did? Will it make me feel whole again? Maybe not, Krista said gently, but it stopped him from hurting Meredith the way he hurt you. And it showed him he can't treat people like disposable props in his life. She was right, I realized. This wasn't just about revenge. It was about breaking a pattern, about refusing to be silenced or erased. The hotel doors opened again. This time, Greg emerged, his face flushed, tie askew. He spotted our group and hesitated before walking over, stopping a few feet away. Come to finish what you started? He asked, his voice tight with anger. I think you finished it yourself, I replied calmly. Long before tonight. You had no right to ambush me like that, to ruin everything I've worked for. Like you were planning to ambush me after the party? I stood to face him. With a breakup you'd been planning for months while I was still picking out wedding flowers? He flinched. It wasn't like that. It was exactly like that. I stepped closer. You know what your mistake was, Greg? Not the cheating, not even the lies. It was underestimating me, thinking I was too naive, too trusting, too in love with you to ever see through your facade. I did love you, he said, his voice dropping. At the beginning, I just fell out of love. Then you should have told me, given me the dignity of the truth, and you would have accepted that? Just walked away quietly? The question caught me off guard. Would I have? Or would I have fought, pleaded, tried to change his mind? I'll never know, I said finally, because you never gave me the chance to find out. Greg looked at the group surrounding me, Liz, Paisley, Roland, Krista, people who had chosen to stand with me rather than him. So what now? He asked. You've had your revenge, destroyed my relationship with Meredith, humiliated me in front of everyone who matters. Are you satisfied? I considered the question seriously. No, I said, I'm not satisfied, but I am free. Free of the lies, free of the doubt, free of wondering what I did wrong or how I could fix it. I reached into my pocket and pulled out my keys, removing the one to our apartment. I held it out to him. I'll be by tomorrow to get my things, I said. After that, we never need to see each other again. He took the key, his fingers brushing mine for the last time. For what it's worth, I am sorry. Not for tonight, but for everything else. I know, I said, surprising myself with the realization that I believed him. But it doesn't change anything. Greg nodded once, then turned and walked away, shoulders slumped, looking smaller somehow than the man I'd thought I knew. Come on, Liz said, linking her arm through mine. Let's get out of here. As we walked toward the street, Paisley fell into step beside me. What will you do now? I don't know yet, I admitted, but for the first time in a long time, that feels okay. We reached the sidewalk, the night spread out before us, full of possibilities I hadn't allowed myself to consider while trapped in Greg's web of lies. You know what I want right now? I said suddenly. Pancakes from that 24-hour diner on 7th. Liz laughed. Pancakes it is. As we walked, I felt something shift inside me. Not healing, not yet, but the beginning of it. The first step on a path that was entirely my own. You're going to be okay, Krista said, as if reading my thoughts. I looked up at the night sky, at the stars barely visible through the city lights. I know, I said. I already am. And in that moment, standing on the sidewalk with people who had seen me at my worst and still stood by me, I realized it was true. The pain wasn't gone, the betrayal still fresh. But beneath it all was something stronger. The knowledge that I had faced the truth and survived it, that I had refused to be a footnote in someone else's story. I had reclaimed my own.